Meeting actually at 3:30 to go into executive session to do evaluation of City Administrator Chris Kukulski, and that's an item later on our agenda. So we'll be coming back to that. This begins our regular business meeting. And so with that, I'd ask that you stand with me for the Pledge of Allegiance and remain standing while I deliver our invocation. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Lord, we humbly ask for your wisdom and patience as we strive to do the people's business tonight. I thank you for the many blessings that our community enjoys in the form of material resources, human resources, and our democratic form of government. It's a privilege to be able to freely deliberate the direction of government. We appreciate our freedoms and the role that each of us can play to make our community a better place. We're thankful that the elections seem to be coming to a peaceful end and ask your blessing and direction for our state and our country. We ask that you guide all our leaders who've devoted themselves in service to others, regardless of their political stripe or persuasion. We pray for lasting unity, not from ignoring what is important, but based on a genuine empathy and understanding of others. We pray for those tonight who are suffering from COVID-19, their families, their co-workers, and their healthcare workers. We thank you for the news today that the Pfizer vaccine may be as much as 90% effective. But we're also mindful that as of today, over 10 million Americans have been afflicted with this disease, more than any other country in the world, and ask that you help us take those simple precautions that we know are necessary to protect others. Amen. Earlier, we had the roll call at the beginning of our meeting. Just for the record, all council members are still in with us for the meeting. Our next item up is our minutes. The minutes from October 26, 2020 are pending, and so those will be on our agenda at our next business meeting. In the way of courtesies, I'd like to begin by first recognizing he's not with us, but offering our condolences to our aviation and transit director, Kevin Plone, whose father passed away recently. The Plone family has our sympathies, and our very best go out to them and to Kevin. Next, I'd like to turn the screen over to Melanie Schwartz of Big Sky Economic Development. She's here to announce an exciting day this week to show appreciation to our healthcare workers. Melanie, it's all yours.
Thank you, Mayor Cole, and thank you, Council, for having me this evening. Yeah, we are really excited. As you know, every Thursday we meet with the Economic Response and Recovery team, and at those meetings we discuss what's going on with COVID, how's our business community doing, all of those things. And what we were hearing was that many of our healthcare workers are really starting to get weary. And they're also a little bit weary about how the community is responding. And so we were trying to brainstorm how we could make them feel appreciated and make them feel like the community really loves them. So our goal is to have Healthcare Appreciation Day on Friday, this coming Friday, the 13th. And the goal is to give every single healthcare worker a $10 gift card from the community. And so we have started raising money for that. And we are in the process of gathering gift cards. People can drop them off at our offices. We've set up an online donation, or your corporation or company can just email me and let me know how much you'd like to give, and then I can invoice you. I did send that in an email to all of the city council and the city staff earlier today. I'm happy to announce as of this moment, I just looked at our numbers. We have raised a little over $42,000 out of our community. That's almost halfway there for us. And so in less than 2 days, 2 business days, our community has already pledged $42,000 towards this effort. We're just really wanting to get the word out. We want to get to our goal by the end of Wednesday. And then we will be putting every gift card will be attached to a thank you card that we've printed, and we will be delivering those to St. Vincent Healthcare, Billings Clinic, Riverstone, St. John's United, and Advanced Healthcare. Those are all of our healthcare facilities in our community that are actively caring for COVID patients. We do realize there's some other activity around COVID in some of the other facilities, and we will probably do something additional for them at a later date. But right now, we're really trying to cover those facilities that are actively in the middle of COVID care. So that is our goal. And I just would encourage everyone on the screen to go to the online donation if that's the easiest way for you, or give me a quick email and let me know what you'd like to donate. And then the other thing I will be asking several of you is maybe to join us on Friday. I obviously can't do them in large groups, but if you have some interest in going to one of these facilities and delivering these cards and, just handing them out with us, please let me know and I can get you on that schedule for us. So again, it'll be this Friday, the 13th. And our goal is to deliver a $10 gift card to every single healthcare worker. I also want to give a huge shout out to the Symphony. They got a hold of me today and donated a $10 voucher for their Holiday Pops concert for every healthcare worker. So in addition to their $10 gift card, they're also getting a link to the Holiday Pops concert that the Symphony will be doing this year. So we're excited about that. That's a nice add-on for us. I'll take any questions, or if you have anything else you'd like me to do.
Thank you, Melanie. I appreciate your work and all of everybody who's helping with this effort and everybody who has made those donations. Quick question, the online donation, is that tax deductible to a 501c3 entity?
Yes, it is. We set that up through the Billings Community Foundation. I want to thank them. They had that link set up for us instantly. And yes, it is a 501c3, so your donation is tax deductible. Also, if you'd rather be invoiced by us, Big Sky Economic Development Corporation is also a 501c3. So if that's an easier way for your company to give money, I can invoice you and it would be a tax deduction as well.
Great. Thank you very much. Any other questions for Melanie?
Yeah. Mayor Cole, I would just like to say this is a huge team effort, but I really want to give a shout out to the Billings Community Foundation, Downtown Billings, the Chamber, and the Economic Response and Recovery team.
Thank you very much, Melanie. I apologize. Did you already give out your cell phone number, and are you willing to do so publicly for anybody who wants to donate and communicate that to you?
I'd rather give you my email. That's a little bit easier if that's okay.
However you'd like us to communicate.
Yeah, email is Melanie, MELANIE at bigskyeda.org.
Excellent. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I don't see any other hands, so keep it up. We'll look forward to see how it all comes out, and our greatest thanks go to our healthcare workers.
Yes, thank you so much.
Thank you. Yes. Other council courtesies, Councilmember Ronning.
Thank you. So just wanted to say thank you to everyone who voted. We had record numbers come out in both Yellowstone County and Montana, and wanted to give a special shout out. I had great conversations with 2 previous council members who won their legislative races. So had great conversations with Larry Brewster, wanted to congratulate him on being elected to the Montana State Legislature, and had a great conversation with Chris Friedel. He also won his race, and so they both will be serving and representing the city of Billings. And I made sure that they knew that, and they always remembered that they would be hearing from us. So, and they knew that they would be. So, but a big shout out and congratulations to both of them.
Thank you very much. Any other council courtesies? Then we'll move on. We don't have proclamations tonight. Any council reports from organizations that council members serve on? Seeing none, I know we have some items from City Administrator Chris Kukulski. Speaking of legislators, Chris?
Yes, Mayor and Council. So at 1:23 this afternoon in your inbox, you should see this agenda for a meeting tomorrow night at 5:30. The idea is to to get introductions, hit the high points. We're going to talk about the legislative high priorities of the city, though they've not been adopted. We have them in draft form, and that's why they say draft on them. I'll also cover, so the mayor will cover that. I'll cover some of what we've been working on this past year, and hopefully we will get to spend most of our time down here in a dialogue, as this is the first of several conversations we'll have into the future. So please think about your calendar. 5:30 tomorrow night. It's a Zoom call. And we've committed to them that we'll be done by 7 o'clock. So this will not go on and on and on. We got an hour and a half. Make the best of it, and then circle back and schedule future discussions before the session starts. So thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll move then to public comment on non-public hearing items. And tonight, that's everything on our agenda. So, well, I take that back. This says number 2. We do have a public hearing on Project Recode. So you'll have an opportunity to have comment on Project Recode later. But this is your opportunity if you'd like to comment on anything on our consent agenda, item number 1, or the city administrator performance evaluation, which is a little difficult because we haven't had that discussion, which is item number 3. If you'd like to comment on items 1 or 3, call 237-6196 now. The number again, 237-6196 for anything on item number 1 or item number 3. That is a local Montana phone number. If you want to comment on Project Recode later, write it down, but don't call now. That number is 237-6196. Because what you are hearing is actually behind the actual meeting, delayed about a minute. Please turn off your television or your computer, whatever it is you might be listening to, and only listen to Tony on the phone, or you'll be very confused. That number again, 237-6196. Tony, has anybody called 237-6196 to comment on item 1 or item number 3?
I have not received any calls.
Okay, then we'll go ahead and close the public comment period on item 1 and 3. Tony, if you get anything in the next few seconds, please let us know. And move on then to item number 1, our consent agenda. By tradition, we always start with separations. Is there any item that a council member would like to have a separate vote on? Councilmember Tricky.
I would like to separate out 1F.
Item 1F, subdivision improvement agreement, Ironwood Estates.
Correct.
Got it. Any other separations? Seeing none, we'll move on to the non-separated items. Councilmember Yakovich.
Yes, Sean, I make a motion to approve all items except item F.
Thank you very much. Second by Councilmember Boyette. Discussion now on the motion, including questions for staff on any of the non-separated items. Is there any discussion or questions for staff? Seeing none, we'll move ahead to a vote on the non-separated items. All in favor of the motion, which is for approval, please raise your hand. Voting in favor are all members of the City Council. The motion passes unanimously. Thank you very much. Item 1F was separated. Councilmember Tricky, would you like to begin us either with a motion or questions?
Absolutely. So I have no problem with moving the crosswalk part of it. My my questions and well, let me put it this way. What worries me is that we really don't have a policy in place where we give people an exception to putting a sidewalk on the street. And to me, what that is doing is it's giving people the opportunity to not contribute to the sidewalks of our city, just given the way that we have it set up and whatnot. So I can come up with a whole bunch of different things in my head as to how to do it. And obviously those are policy questions, and I would like to address that. Personally, at this point, I cannot support 1F as it is. It would need to be amended to include the movement of the crosswalk and the sidewalk thing across Canyon Woods Drive. At a minimum, I feel that the sidewalks on Canyon Woods Drive should be put in because that Canyon Wood Drive actually connects the other parts of the street. And frankly, short of some sort of policy in place where people contribute something to sidewalks, I'm not comfortable letting the Aspen Ridge portions of the sidewalks be let go. Frankly, there are sidewalks all over that neighborhood. These people moving into these places will be using those sidewalks, and at some point we need them to pony up to our sidewalks that's in there. So I'm curious to see what other people think about this before I make a motion.
Thank you very much. Councilor Trachey, would it be okay if we ask, I'm sorry, Tony Keener, did you try to say
I
something?
did. We did receive a call for public comment, and they want to speak on item 1F. Will you let me know when you would like to take that comment?
Sure, that'd be great. What we'll do is we'll take that comment after we've asked our staff member, Debbie Melling, or her designee to give us a little more background, if that's okay. In particular, to Councilmember Trachey's point, my understanding was that the developer is not being relieved of the obligation to put in sidewalks completely, but instead, because those are sort of sidewalks to nowhere, would have to put in a portion of the sidewalk on the south side of Canyon Woods. And I believe that was part of the amendment to the SIA. But maybe Debbie Melling can clarify this, or Debbie, if there's somebody else in your staff, can you help us?
Sure. Thank you for the question. So unfortunately, fourth filing, which is where these two lots were originally platted, was done back in 2006. And at the time, sidewalks were allowed to be removed for that whole subdivision in the SIA. So their SIA says they don't need to have sidewalks because they had a path system that worked through the whole neighborhood. When fifth filing came in, we said that we didn't think the path system was going to work for the next filings. And so all the future filings will have to have sidewalk, but unfortunately fourth filing does not have to in the SIA. So these two lots were in fourth filing, and then they were replatted in fifth filing, but the sidewalk requirement was still in there because fifth filing had sidewalks. So if we do make these two put sidewalks on Aspen Ridge, they'll be adjacent to areas that don't ever have sidewalks because their SIA says they don't need to have sidewalks. And that was, like I said, 2006. So I don't know if you have more questions or if that helps at all for the history.
Well, Debbie, can you still confirm, though, that the developer is committed to put in a portion of sidewalk on the south side of Canyon Woods? That's kind of the
right
parkland over there, because I'm looking at the revision, and it says, quote, said construction of sidewalk adjacent to Canyon Woods Drive shall be installed at the time of development of lot 62 and is generally depicted on the attached Exhibit A, et cetera, et cetera.
Exactly. Thank you. So yes, we didn't want to just say, okay, you don't have to do it. And so we talked to them about doing this connection instead, which we thought provided a good connection to the trail system and did benefit this particular neighborhood. So yes, thank you, Mayor Cole. That's exactly right.
Okay, thank you. Councilor Trachey, with your permission, we'll ask the caller, whoever that might be, to weigh in for their 3 minutes. Is that okay? Okay. So Tony, please put the caller on and ask them to identify themselves.
You have reached the public comment period for tonight's City Council meeting. You will have 3 minutes in which to give your comment. May I have your name and address, please?
Steve Wells, 4832 Audubon Way.
Okay, go ahead, Steve.
So my comment is these 2 lots that are in question are on the boundary between the old part of the neighborhood that didn't have sidewalks and the new part of the neighborhood that does have sidewalks. Our amendment is to improve the connectivity between these 2 areas. The way that it was originally designed, the sidewalks would dead end with no connectivity. And so by moving the sidewalk across the street into the park, we will connect the existing asphalt trail infrastructure to the new sidewalk infrastructure. So it's not trying to get out of putting in sidewalks, it's just putting the sidewalk in a usable location. Thanks for your consideration and have a good night.
Thank you for your call, Steve.
Yep, bye-bye.
Thank you very much. Other discussion or motion? Councilmember Neese?
Thank you, Mayor. I agree with Councilwoman Turkey that we're waiving sidewalks, the rights to put in sidewalks without, we don't have a real good policy in place. I think we talked about that during the Aronson sidewalks. We need to get some committee reviewing these policies so we can have some good exceptions in place. But I am concerned, and I emailed staff, and Chris, I think you may have seen this or not, but Debbie, you were going to see, I think, Mayor, you made the comment, a sidewalk to nowhere, but that isn't necessarily the case. We have a lot of sidewalks to nowhere around the city, and then later on we make them put in sidewalks. So Debbie, do you know, was Brent ever able to look at whether or not your question regarding legality of later on, if the city council changes, can they require sidewalks, even though the SID says it doesn't need them?
Thank you. I wasn't able to get in touch with Brent. If he's on, I can certainly see if he knows that. I can kind of pose the question. Brent, the question is, does an SIA take precedence over the state law that says council can order in sidewalks at any time?
Your Honor and Counsel, I believe the short answer would be yes, because an SIA is not only approved by the council, but it is a binding contract. And so I believe the short answer would be yes, and we'd want to look at amending that SIA if that particular one is of interest to the council. But that would be my short take right now on that.
Okay, so I take it from that someday sidewalks could be put in place in the rest of that subdivision, so these wouldn't be sidewalks to nowhere. So if we're waiving them today...
And I apologize for interrupting, Councilor Neese, but I heard Brent say something different. Brent, can you clarify? I heard the question to be whether the SIA preempts what would normally be our power to require sidewalks. And Brent said, yes, it does preempt. So the answer would be no, we could not require those sidewalks there, where you concluded
we could wait.
So I need clarification there.
Yeah, I understood him to say that the city council could then change the SIA to require sidewalks.
Yes, so long as the signatories, if you will, to the SIA would agree to that, yes. Because that is a contract that would require everyone to agree to that amendment.
Okay, all right. So okay, thank you. I think we need to, again, as Danny brought up, we need to bring the sidewalk policies together so we have a clear distinction, because now we're going to have a portion of the cities that will never have sidewalks, but yet it doesn't really seem to match our complete street policy would continue to try and follow and make others follow as well. So if we're going to make an exception for this neighborhood, I think we should be prepared to make exceptions for other neighborhoods.
Okay, discussion, and just remember, we don't have a motion on this item yet. Councilmember Shaw.
So I guess I'm confused now. Would this be making an exception for this neighborhood? To me, if the SIA is the underlying document, we can't override that, correct? Without all of their, I guess I'm confused. The legal part, I would like just some clarification on. This to me doesn't seem like we're making an exception, but if we are, I would also like to know that.
I'll let Brent Brooks clarify, but my understanding is we are bound by the contract.
Your Honor and Counsel and Councilwoman Shaw, that is correct.
But we are making an exception to this property to not put in sidewalk. So that's the exception. This particular property we're addressing now, we're waiving that. We're making that exception for this property because they're not under this other SIA.
Yes, and Your Honor and Councilmember Nice, you can certainly do that as part of the SIA. And that's why SIAs are very common, because it gives the council significant flexibility in situations like this.
So Brent, though, is the fourth filing SIA still in effect and still gives them the right not to have a contract or not to have a sidewalk? Or with the replatting, did that go away? I guess I'm not sure.
Now, Your Honor and Counsel, I would have to look at it and coordinate with Debbie. Man, I didn't know about this in advance, or I could have had a clearer answer to you. Really, it depends on what the vacation of the plat indicated. Usually, if the plat is vacated, then the SIA is going to be vacated also. But I would need to get with Debbie and perhaps planning and see what the intent was with this fourth filing.
Debbie, she opened her screen, so I'm going to ask her to add anything if she would like to.
So the fourth filing was a large block of property. This was just 2 lots that were on the edge of fourth filing that got put into fifth filing. So fourth filing is still active. The SIA is still active. The plat is there. These 2 properties were on the boundary and they got put into fifth. I'm not sure why, but they did get replatted, and it was missed that it should have probably at the time been put in with no sidewalk to match the rest of fourth filing.
Okay, is the SIA that gives them the right not to have a sidewalk still in effect?
It's in effect for all the other properties. I think when these 2 properties were replatted into fifth, I think now they fall under fifth filing. I don't think they can fall under 2 different filings.
Your Honor and Counsel, that would be my short answer as well.
Okay. I see some other hands. Councilmember Yakovich and Councilmember Joy.
Thank you, Honor. I want to make a motion to move this forward, that we approve subdivision improvement agreement SIA amendment.
Okay. I see a second by Councilmember Boyette. Councilmember Joy, you had your hand up. Would you like to speak to the motion or otherwise?
I would be more interested in making a substitute motion that this item be tabled until further discussion can be had, and we're very clear about if we're making an exception and how these different filings may have an impact on whether or not those sidewalks will be required.
Okay, that was made as a motion. So, and then there was a second by Councilmember Shaw. Okay, that's the substitute motion. Councilmember Nice, you had your hand up. I want to recognize that if you want to, and then Councilmember Brown. Councilmember Nice, did you want to comment, or should we move to Councilmember Brown?
You can go to Brown. I was going to support Mike's motion.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Brown.
Thank you, Mayor. I guess I have a question as far as timing. How is this going to affect everything? Coming up with a policy is not an overnight thing. So I don't want to push this out and cause undue, trouble for the developers and stuff either.
Chris Kulski has his hand up. Maybe he knows, and then we'll go to Council Members Shaw and Purington.
So I don't think in this case we're talking about a broad city policy, because I think you've got good firm policies in place. In 2006, a decision was made about these filings. So I would be careful not to give a listener the impression that you're coming up with something unique for tonight. You are dealing with current policies about sidewalks and this unique situation. So whether you want a couple weeks for us to investigate it further or move forward, I don't think we need a new overall sidewalk policy. Your call, but.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember Sean and Councilmember Purington.
Go ahead, Pam.
Councilmember Purington.
Thanks, Kendra. I think from what I understand Debbie to say is that it's not really a shift in that. It's just that these two properties were put in the fifth filing. And so they're meeting the sidewalk requirement for the fifth filing.
Yeah, and Debbie, does the fifth filing have an SIA that requires sidewalks on lot 62 and lot 63?
Yes, the fifth filing has all sidewalks required throughout the entire subdivision.
Okay, so one could say that that is an amendment of the fourth that didn't require that. Maybe. Councilmember Ewalt and Councilmember Chiriqui.
So Debbie, does that mean that they don't have to put the sidewalk in that hooks to the trail then? They're just responsible for the sidewalk in front of their property?
If we went with the fifth filing, yes, they would just have to put sidewalk adjacent to their property, and then they would not put the crossing in and the additional sidewalk on the south side. That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I think I recognize somebody else, Councilmember Chiriqui and then Councilmember Shaw.
Yes, that was my understanding, was that this was in the fifth filing and that sidewalks were required and that they were replacing the sidewalks with moving that piece across the street from them. Frankly, if I am fine with them putting a sidewalk in there and the existing paths not matching up, because if there's a sidewalk there, then they can get to both pieces of it without when they cross the street. Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Shaw and Councilmember Neese.
Thank you. So I just, so it does sound like we are making an exception for these two plots in this neighborhood. I don't think that alone is a reason not to do it. I'm just trying to clarify and just say that is correct, right? We're saying instead of what they're required to do, put it in front of their house, we're going to still require them to put in sidewalks, but we're just going to move it down the street for the particular reasons that we're dealing with zoning issues from 15 years ago and today's, and it's all come to a head. And I feel like I trust Debbie, and if this is coming from, if this is the recommendation of the planning department, of the engineering department, and you really think this is the best choice for this neighborhood, I can get my head around that, as it's not a policy exception in a very broad sense. It's we're looking for a specific trade, but I do also want to echo that I think we need to come back to the sidewalks at some point, probably not before solving this one thing, but there's more questions that about. Is that kind of a correct summary, Chris and Debbie?
I'm wondering, a map sometimes would speak 1,000 words, Debbie. Can we would that help in this discussion as you answer Kendra's question?
Specifically Exhibit A to the SIA. How's that diagram?
Yeah, I don't have that on this computer. It'd take me a minute to pull it. Oh, Wyeth is saving me. Thanks, Wyeth.
I'm pulling this up. Can you see this?
Yeah.
Okay, so this is what I just pulled up from the... Oops, sorry, went too far.
Are you sharing, Chris, or I pulled it up? Are you sharing it too?
Oh, I thought I was sharing. I tried to share it, but is this what you were going to pull up? I don't know if it's you or me, but
I just brought up Exhibit A from the attachment. If anybody would have to be able to see it.
So that's great. Debbie, can you comment further? And in particular, will there be a sidewalk to the north of lot 63 that will then have to stop? Or will there be sidewalk along lot 61 that will not be able to connect to 62?
Right. Thank you. So this is helpful. Lot 62 and 63 are the two that were previously with the properties to the east. So everything else up Aspen Ridge does not have to have sidewalk. They're all in fourth filing. So 41, 40, and then if you go north on Aspen Ridge, all of that area, nothing has sidewalk. It's in fourth filing. So there's a trail that runs behind 62 and 63 right there. And the idea is to make the connection point with our other trail system to the south through the park. So when we looked at this, it just made sense to try to make those connections versus putting in a sidewalk that, unless we change the fourth filing SIA, would never be able to connect to anything else. So that's why we were working with the developer to try to make it more meaningful, I guess.
Okay. Does the sidewalk continue north of 63?
No.
And won't.
That's fourth filing.
That is fourth filing. Okay.
Yes.
All right. Thank you very much. Yes, picture is worth a lot more than 1,000 words sometimes. Other questions for staff? We do need to move to address the motions, which we do have before us. The first one being the substitute motion to delay this until additional information can be derived. I don't know if that was Councilmember Joy, your motion. I think we should move to a vote soon. Did you want to clarify the end point here? Would this be indefinite until staff brings it back specifically?
Until staff can bring back a really clear idea of what impact this might have for any future filings. I want to support sidewalks that connect to something. I mean, who wants a sidewalk that doesn't get you anywhere? I want to support sidewalks that get people there. But at the same time, if under fourth filing, there aren't going to be any sidewalks, how is that going to work in terms of this really connecting? If the original motion goes through, then you have this connection, but are we then really putting ourselves in a position where we won't be able to have sidewalks somewhere else? Because you need sidewalks everywhere. So I think that's why I made this motion to table until we can have a clear idea. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Any further discussion on the substitute motion before we move to a vote? So Councilmember Treaky and the Councilmember Ewald.
I do have the Google map of the area up if people want to look at it.
If Tony can give you that share screen. Sometimes you don't know when Google Maps was created. So
you can see it.
Okay, why don't you go ahead and share that if Tony can let you share there.
You're seeing it? So over here on the right of the screen is fourth filing. This is lot 6263. So you see over here to the right, no sidewalks. You see over here to the left that there are, sidewalks being put in place. And this is where the trail would be connected in through here. So right now, the sidewalk's going to nowhere. If they put sidewalks here, it would be the only sidewalks going up Aspen Ridge. Up Aspen Ridge Drive.
Very good. Thank you very much. You can go ahead and de-share. That was very helpful. Appreciate it. Back to the motion. Any other discussion on the substitute motion before we proceed to a vote? Councilmember Ewald.
Thank you, Mayor. It's not like this council hasn't made exceptions on sidewalks before. This summer, they let the streets and metal streets all be built at 20-foot width with no sidewalks at all. So I guess, and that's a pretty big sized neighborhood. I think one street got made to 24 feet, but all the rest of them are 20 feet. And no place for anybody to get down on sidewalks because there's none there.
Okay, thank you. Any other discussion on the substitute motion? Before we vote on the substitute motion, I'm not seeing any hands, so we'll proceed to a vote. Again, this is the motion to delay. All in favor of the substitute motion, please raise your hand. Voting in favor of substitute motion are council members Joy, and if in opposition, raise your hand. Voting in opposition to the motion are other council members. the exception of Councilmember Joy, so the substitute motion fails. Back to the underlying motion for approval, Councilmember Yakowicz's motion, seconded by Councilmember Boyette. This is to approve consistent with the staff recommendation. Further discussion on the original motion. Councilmember Neese.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, so I was going to earlier support Mike's motion. I think that, as Frank said too, we've made exceptions. I do think, and I would ask the staff to bring back some policy changes on the exceptions different in the missing sidewalk program and some other programs. And when we have, if these sidewalks would have been in place, we would have had sidewalks to nowhere. So would those have, would later on, would we have to somehow force them to put sidewalks in? So this is what we need to do as a city, is try to get our policies in place. If we're making exceptions like this, like Frank says, then we're going to, and we want to keep the policy that way. Well, let's just say that. Tell the staff we want to keep making these exceptions like this, and depending on what developer it is and what situation. So, but I'll support this motion at this time. So I'm ready to vote when everyone else is.
Thank you very much. Any other discussion on the original motion? If not, we'll proceed to Councilmember Tricky.
I just want to point out that the sidewalks on Aspen Ridge Drive are going nowhere, but the potential sidewalks on Canyonwoods Drive would connect to the other sidewalks in the fifth filing.
Thank you very much. Any other discussion on the underlying motion, the original motion? If not, we'll proceed to a vote. All in favor of the original motion, which is for approval consistent with the staff recommendation, please raise your hand. Voting in favor of the motion then are Council Members Cole, Yakowicz, Shaw, Boyette, Neese, Purington, Ewalton, Ronning, and Brown. If voting in opposition, please raise your hand. Voting in opposition, Council Members Joy and Tricky. Motion passes. Thank you very much. That concludes item 1F. We didn't have any other separation, so that concludes item 1. And we'll now move to regular agenda item number 2. Tony, would you read item number 2?
Item number 2, public hearing and first reading ordinance approving Project Recode, zoning code amendment and zoning map update. Zoning Commission recommends approval. Action, approval or disapproval of Zoning Commission recommendation.
Thank you very much. We do have a staff report on this item, but before we jump into that, in my understanding, that staff report is focused on whatever staff wants it to be, but in particular, trying to process further some of the discussion that we had at our work session a week ago, addressing some of the major policy issues. There were separation issues. There were questions about the number of machines in casinos and the definitions there, as well as other issues. Before we get to that, though, at our meeting at the work session, there was a not consensus, but a majority view that the council did not want to take a vote at this meeting on Recode at this point. But Brent Brooks, our city attorney, has reminded us that the public hearing, this meeting tonight, was noticed for a public hearing and first reading. That can be adjourned or delayed to a later date. But if we do not open the hearing, we will have to renotice completely whenever we get back to it. And that requires at least 15 days. We would not be able to renotice, for example, for our next business meeting in 14 days. So Brent's recommendation, and he can speak for himself if I get this wrong, was that we open the public hearing, but make it clear to the public we are not going to have a final vote tonight, and still take public comment at an appropriate time sometime tonight. I have drafted some sample language for a motion to that effect, sent it to Councilmember Brown, who said he was willing to make that motion. I copied other council members as well on that language today. So with that, I'd like to turn it to Councilmember Brown at some point, but before I do so, I don't want to cut off discussion. Kind of the point here is to inform the public what we're doing and ourselves what we're doing tonight. But if there's any questions about that, before we set those sort of procedural rules, I want to see whether any members of the council have any questions or problems or questions for Brent before I turn it over to Councilmember Brown. Anything for staff or anybody else before we ask Councilmember Brown? I saw Councilmember Ewald's hand. Councilmember Ewald?
Thank you, Mayor. I didn't quite understand. So you're going to move around so they can be brought back in 2 weeks or 15 days? Which is it?
The motion as drafted would just put off the hearing, or I'm sorry, would recognize we are going to have a hearing tonight for the public, but we'll adjourn that and not close it, but adjourn it until our next meeting on November 23rd. So that'd be 14 days, at which point this council could decide what it wants to do then. It could vote, or it could choose to delay it and not vote and continue the hearing again. There's no limitation on the number of times the hearing can be adjourned, at least as far as I know.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions, Councilmember Neese?
Yeah, I think when Brent mentioned last week that it would be a good idea to public notice it when we go to do it again. So at each time we go to hear it, are we going to re-notify it? And then if we choose to delay it, then we got to re-notify it each time? Or would it be better to not delay the hearing, but just not bring it up yet and not open the hearing and open it up at a future date? Which would be easier for continue to notify the public or not notify the public?
Brent Brooks, would you like to comment on that?
Sure, Your Honor, Council, we do have a fairly unique statute that says under these circumstances that we have to give at least 15 days notice of a hearing. That's what the mayor was referencing. Whereas if you continued it tonight, that would be 14 days to your November 23rd meeting. And so the mayor and I did converse about this in the easier way to eliminate the need for yet another advertisement would be to simply open this hearing and continue it. Keep the hearing open, continue the hearing and a decision and discussion until November 23rd, where the council again would take additional testimony, have additional discussion, and then you would decide what you would want to do from there. That's probably the easiest way to do it.
Okay, thank you very much. Anything else before we turn to Councilmember Brown? Not seeing anything else. So, Councilmember Brown, are you still with us?
I am. Chris did have his hand up.
Oh, I'm sorry. Chris Kukulski?
The only thing I would add is I do think it's easier the 14 days because you can tell constituents essentially every action item for several meetings in a row. We're going to be talking about Project Recode. If you don't go that route, you're going to have to get in that 15-day cycle ahead of when you're scheduling it. So that was it. I think we're in no way trying to leave people out of knowing what the council is doing. We just want to keep it as simple as possible moving forward. Thank you.
Yes. The short message here is if anybody's interested in Project Recode, they better be watching every one of our meetings from now into the future and be willing to participate. So, Councilmember Brown?
Yes, so I'd like to just make a procedural motion concerning our consideration of this item tonight. And I move that for the procedure for consideration of item number 2 tonight consists of 3 parts. Okay, 1, that we have a staff presentation followed by council questions. 2, that when open the public hearing to receive public comment and then continue and hold open the public hearing and first reading until our next regular business meeting on November 23rd. And 3, that we take no further action on this item tonight, except that the council may approve motions if it so desires to give direction to staff, including for further research or possible amendments to the draft code. That's my amendment, or I'm sorry, my motion.
Okay, I see Councilmember Boyette had 2 fingers up. And so any discussion on the motion? Councilmember Neese.
Thank you, Mayor. Just to clarify, Sean, when you were stating that it would, I think you stated it would be deferred till next week, then we would do first reading. Is that correct? So by that motion, is it required to do first reading? Or are you saying we would consider first reading?
We're actually opening this item tonight. And when we get to public hearing, we do not close this item.
Right.
And then it would carry to the 23rd, at which time we can then make a motion to close it, accept it, whatever, or continue it on again.
Okay, thank you. I just want to clarify that it didn't require us to do first reading the next time, but we would consider. Okay, thank you for the clarification.
Thank you. Any other discussion on the motion? If not, we'll proceed to a vote. All in favor of the motion, please raise your hand. Voting in favor, scanning here, all members of the City Council. Motion passes unanimously. So now we've sort of set that procedure, and let's get into it. Specifically, the motion called for a staff presentation followed by council questions. So I'm assuming it's back to our favorite zoning coordinator, Nicole Cromwell. Chris Kukulski, anything that you want to say before we turn it over to Nicole?
No, I turn it over to Nicole from my end.
Okay, thank you very much. Nicole, it's all yours.
Thank you, Mayor and Council, and thank you for having me back again so we can talk some more about the new zoning code and zoning map update. And I'm going to share my screen. Oops. Okay, I think that's where we're at. And so tonight was a scheduled first reading and public hearing opening for our Billings zoning code update, which we called Project Recode when we started this in June of 2017. So where did we start? How did we get here? So where we started was with the City of Billings adopted growth policy in 2016. It set forth 7 major themes for the city as it grows and develops over the next 20 years. And those themes were essential investments, so guiding public and private expenditures to follow public values, things like landscaping public right-of-ways and making sure that there's cost-effective government. The second theme was placemaking. Because we have a unique public space here and natural landscapes and the history and heritage of Billings are important and cornerstones of our community, we also had some guidance on that. The third theme was the fabric of the community. What is attractive, aesthetically pleasing, and uniquely Billings? And there's some guidance in there about developing parks, outdoor public spaces, and streetscapes. The fourth one, which is where land use regulations really start to kick in, is the strong neighborhood theme, which is to create livable, safe, sociable, and resilient neighborhoods. And that specifically stated that zoning regulations should allow a mixture of housing types and provide housing options for all age groups and income levels, and that new neighborhoods should be walkable. Then we have the fifth theme, which is home base, which talks about building safe, clean, and affordable housing throughout our community, and not just what most people think of as affordable housing, which is subsidized housing, but what we call naturally occurring affordable housing in every area in our community. The Heights, the West End, South Side, Southwest Corridor, every place.
Excuse me, Nicole, if you're advancing your slides, I'm not there.
I'm not advancing the slides.
Okay.
I'm just kind of covering the growth policy, which is the first bullet here.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, so the sixth theme is mobility and access, and that talks about how we're going to connect and increase the mobility of our community to make sure that we're connected, that we do it in a safe and efficient way. The last theme was prosperity, which talks about supporting our local economy and small businesses and making sure that we are developing a diversity of jobs in our community and making sure those community investments that support those businesses are done. So that's where we started in 2017 with those growth policy goals in front of us. And we said, how can we use our zoning to get us closer to those goals that this community has set forward? And the planning board said, we can help. We've done this before. And they initiated the update to the zoning for the city and the county together. They appointed the steering committee of 18 members and then the working groups, altogether 32 people who worked on this as volunteers over a 3-year period. We also had 154 people who were regularly part of our email group that were noticed of these public meetings for the working group and the steering committee, were noticed of drafts. We had 3 full-time VISTA team members work with us over that 3-year period to specifically look at the housing needs of Billings and how we can do a better job of providing for those housing needs. And then, of course, we had a consultant team that we brought on board in the spring of 2018 to help the working groups manage the drafting and redrafting and revisions of that new code. So, as kind of expound on what is in that growth policy and why this code, this draft code, took and built in some requirements for new neighborhoods. So, we heard that Billings wants safe, strong, and resilient neighborhoods that have places for everyone. And neighborhood safety starts by allowing neighbors to see what is happening on the street in front of their homes. So part of the code for neighborhood districts was to encourage bringing those homes closer to the street and make sure that there are doors and windows that face the street so that there are eyes on the street. People can easily see and be seen from the street. Neighborhood safety is also improved where there are places for neighbors to meet each other in a casual public space. In other words, getting to know your neighbor. We don't have that requirement now. We built that into the new Planned Neighborhood Development Code to say, in new neighborhoods, we want to have at least some open spaces where people can gather and get to know each other. Neighborhood safety and strength is increased when connected sidewalks are provided that have street trees for shade. So walkability of neighborhoods increases pedestrian safety, encourages a healthy lifestyle, and creates even more eyes on the street. Getting people to use these sidewalks on a regular basis is challenging if that space is not comfortable to walk in, if there's no trees or shade, or it appears to be unsafe to walk there because there are lots and lots of driveway crossings, or you can't see the front doors of the houses. And last, neighborhoods that allow a mix of housing choices are resilient. Just like a retirement investment, if you put all of your eggs in one basket, you may end up in a pickle someday because things can change and change drastically, as we've seen over the last year. So this could be due to just market forces or natural forces or just cycles of housing and people moving in, people moving out, people moving up, people moving, downsizing their homes, but they like their neighborhood. So providing a space for all types of housing needs in one place creates that resilience. We also heard clearly through our growth policy that Billings wants to connect the places we live to the places we work and play in a safe and efficient manner. So where pedestrians and drivers conflict, there's a safety factor that we have to consider. Especially in neighborhoods, the fewer driveway crossings across the sidewalk, the better, especially for younger and for older residents. So how did we address this in the code? We have proposed limiting the garage openings facing the front street and encouraging or requiring vehicle access from alleys, whether they're public or private. Traffic tends to slow down when pedestrians are using those tree-lined sidewalks. Garage-lined streets discourage walking, they encourage speeding, and make it less safe for children and older residents. So we've proposed to reduce the width and percent of facades devoted to garage openings to make sure that we make our new streets pedestrian-friendly. Interconnected streets and trails encourage safe travel by foot. So in our new P&D tool, we've said you need to show us those connections to the existing trails, existing streets, or even planned streets where you're building. Last, efficient use of the street frontage is essential to a sustainable city budget. Every foot of public infrastructure, whether it's gray or green, is required to be maintained and someday even replaced. So we have to use this frontage in an efficient way. We've also heard, and I'm just kind of hitting the high points of the growth policy and how the zoning code was drafted to help meet those goals. That we want to make sure our streets and entryways to Billings are attractive, they're safe, and they're walkable. So we have proposed in the landscaping code to require all new development puts in street trees. We don't have that requirement now. We also want to make sure that corridors, our commercial corridors, have visible commerce. So we're proposing to bring those buildings closer to the street and requiring the new parking to be less visible to encourage walkability of those corridors. We also want predictable and reasonable taxes and assessment to ensure our prosperity. So encouraging or requiring more efficient use of that city infrastructure through better design is one of the things we thought about constantly when we were writing this new code. We also want to make sure that we're honoring the heritage and culture of Billings. So we're building regulations that create the classic character of Billings neighborhoods from old to new, and then make sure that those can be used in the next generation of building Billings. So I'd like to break here if you want to ask some questions about how this code, this draft code, is addressing some of these Billings growth policy goals. Or if you want me to continue.
No, let's break. This is sort of the 30,000 foot view. I'm sure Nicole will continue and come down below 30,000 feet pretty fast on some of these later specific issues. Nicole, just so that the council knows where you're going with the rest of your presentation and that they should hold their questions, can you just kind of give us the list of your other major points after this?
Certainly, I'm going to cover the folks who have worked on the code, the guiding principles one more time, our public outreach and education, and then diving into the lower levels, as you said, the planned neighborhood development policy questions you posed last time. We'll go into that. We'll go into the size of an ADU question that was posed, electronic message display, hold time for messages, the number of gambling machines that can define a large casino, and then sign heights and sign area limits.
Okay, thank you very much. I'll begin with us on the 30,000 foot level then. This is very helpful and much appreciated to have kind of the big picture. But it also has to be very still practical and workable in today's construction industry, real estate sale industry, architecturally. Councilor Rewalt gave me a very valuable tour of some of the areas that he said are proposed for N2 zoning, and he may want to comment himself, that are new construction within the last 1 to 10 years for the most part. And a lot of those are duplexes in that area. Councilor Rewalt was concerned could not be built under these standards. Some of the major concerns being each duplex had a curb cut. Each had an access, pedestrian access to the street. Some of them, if you added up all of the garages, probably exceed 35% garage facade limitation. And the total width might not be wide enough to accommodate many of these duplexes. Can you comment on that concern? Because a lot of the goal here was also to accommodate existing market and existing construction. And this is the latest stuff that the market appears to want. It's certainly flying off the shelf like hotcakes if they're reasonably priced. But it would be a big concern if most of those duplexes, this was in the northwest part of town, that are being built now couldn't continue to be built without major modification. I'm not saying we wouldn't want to go there, but we would have to be very aware of that and what the trade-offs might be. But anyway, again, Councilor Rewalt may have more specific questions, but can you comment on that larger issue?
Certainly, Mayor and City Council. The regulations as currently drafted were intended to get us closer to building walkable, safe, and attractive neighborhoods. Not every house that's constructed or every duplex that's constructed will be able to meet these small group of design requirements that we've included in the code. We, at the very beginning of this process, looked at a large universe of potential design requirements that we could put on new neighborhoods, whether they're whatever we want to call them, first neighborhood, mid-century, suburban, or some other name for those districts. But the working groups, Urban Issues Working Group in particular, said, no, we would much rather regulate what matters to Billings. And what matters to Billings is to build in the walkability into our neighborhoods through a few simple design requirements. Now, those that don't meet those proposed design requirements and they're already constructed would be not conforming to those design requirements. And that's why we have a special section in the code called proportionate compliance. And we have administrative relief for properties that don't quite meet those design requirements in the code. There's really only 4 design requirements. I am prepared.
Interrupting. I'm just going to ask you if you could unshare your screen, then we'll be able to see faces.
Okay, sorry.
There you go.
Or I'll do that for the next group of questions as well. We'll go to the slides and then unshare.
Okay.
Anyway, what I would like to finish my thought here is that later this week we should have some examples of 2-unit design buildings that will meet these very simple design requirements and don't require a dramatic modification of designs or increased cost of construction. So I'm hoping to share those with you later this week when we get them from our consultant team. That was kind of a failing in the code, that we didn't have those illustrations on the diagrammatic plans that are shown for the N1 and N2 zone districts.
Okay, thank you very much. I just wanted to alert you to that concern, and we can follow up in that in more detail later if we want. Councilmember Purington, and then Nice and Chris, did you have your hand up? So Councilmember Purington and Nice.
Thank you. So Nicole, with these working groups, my question is that you keep saying that they say that this is what Billings wants. And I suppose that is based on the growth policy from 2017, is that, or 16? Is that correct?
Right, it's the adopted growth policy.
Okay, so they're basing their how they want to proceed forward, everything they're saying that this is what Billings wants. One of them being primarily whenever you were talking about that they want to honor the heritage and culture and create a classic character for the neighborhoods. That sounds so, I mean, that is, to me, that makes no sense almost, because you are still dictating, if you will, what sort of heritage and culture that you're trying to honor through this creation of this classic concept or classic look. And I think that's what we've been hearing, just almost every contractor, builder, or developer is saying, no, this isn't what we want. So I'm concerned with, if you start going back to the growth policy and the people that did work on these working groups, that this is what they've derived from that growth policy. So I keep going back to the growth policy. Was this a survey? How many people were surveyed? What were the demographics in that survey? And I'm not sure. I don't know that, to me, I just don't know that that's true, that this is what Billings wants. And I think developers and builders, they're the ones that know what Billings want, because they're the ones that build according to what the people want. So that's kind of where I'm having a little bit of an issue with, well, this is what people want, so this is what we're giving you, and everyone else is going, no, this is not what we want. Where'd this come up from? So, and the thing with the resiliency of mixed neighborhoods, who said that? And also the shade trees for shade, that it makes a yard or a neighborhood unsafe. I don't know who said that. So I'm just kind of coming up with these questions on some of the blanket statements that are made that we're supposed to assume that this is true. And it's not like true and calling people a liar or something. It's like, how is this factual material? How do we know it's factual?
Nicole,
was that a question?
Yeah.
Oh. Good planning principles say when you have people that use their public streets and see their neighbors and their neighbors can see them, these are safer places to live. It's called Eyes on the Street. It's a planning concept that's been around for about 60 years.
But just to clarify, Nicole, although I don't think anybody would really doubt that, because I think that is kind of common sense, it's not like there was a broad-based survey or data base that we look to, or what was there a visual preference survey done as part of this process? Obviously, there were public meetings. I mean, the public had an opportunity to weigh in on details.
Okay, the growth policy was not part of our charge. Our charge was to implement the adopted growth policy. And I was trying to, with my first slides, explain to you why certain parts of the code were included and why certain design requirements were included based on the goals of that growth policy. It was not a visual preference survey. It was simply, what are good planning practices to create walkable, people-friendly neighborhoods?
Okay.
Follow up?
Briefly, we need to go on. I think it was Councilmember Neese and then Chris Kukulski.
Okay. So I think that's where I'm coming from. In one of your documents, not yours personally, but one of the documents that came out of the working groups, it had a document that was on zoning. And that's just it. It says that it comes out of planners. But I think the point to planning is they aren't the ones that really build the houses. And so to get the concept of cost, and there were a lot of things that you were talking about, affordability and what the people want, that I just have I don't have kind of an issue. I do take issue with some of the statements that are provided in that.
Okay, we'll move on then. So I saw Councilmember Neese and then Tariki, Shaw, and Brown had their hands up.
Yes.
Councilmember Neese and Councilmember Tariki, Shaw, and Brown.
Thank you. And actually, I was going to ask that same question about the resilience and how a mixed neighborhood makes it resilient, eyes on the street. I know in my neighborhood, we're not close together. We're not all on the street, but yet we are neighbors. We know each other, and we have eyes on the street, not because the zoning had to make us that way, but I'm concerned about when you mentioned a couple of things in the growth policy. Zoning is doing this, that we're forcing builders to build closer to the street. We're seem to be forcing to get to know your neighbors. I know there are plenty of areas where houses are on the street and people don't know each other because it wouldn't matter, they're shade trees and that they still don't know their neighbors. So when I look at this, I think you said early on, we're changing to a form-based zoning. And I started looking into that. Okay, so when did zoning start? Back in the 26, they started, that's when the county or the cities got the authority to do zoning based upon certain safety reasons and health reasons for citizens to keep communities safe. But most of those laws are now, there's other laws that are keeping the community safe. But I guess, and this is probably a question for Brent Brooks, can our zoning now be based upon making people to get to know their neighbors better? Is that a good basis for zoning? Is that because that's coming out of the growth policy? Is our zoning requirement to be a mixture of housing types? By the way, when I read that in the growth policy, I didn't interpret that as mixed housings in the same neighborhood. I assume mixed housings, you'd have a certain type of mixed over in this neighborhood and some over here. But I guess back to Brent, the question about getting to know your neighbors, is that a valid reason to come up with zoning regulations?
Well, Your Honor, and Councilmember Neese is certainly in your growth policy. That is certainly a guiding document, as we know from state statute, and certainly Nicole or Wyeth may want to elaborate on that, but that is a guiding document that has been previously approved by council.
So we can legally base our zoning on the growth policy, not what was previously given by the U.S. Supreme Court to the counties to base it on.
Well, and Councilmember Rees, I think you can certainly consider it, but I don't think it's a regulatory requirement.
Okay.
Again, Nicole and Mr. Friday may want to weigh in on that as well.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Treaky, Shaw, and Brown.
I'm just going to make a couple of quick comments first. I'm really not sure that this would have been a lot more fruitful if we were having this conversation 3 years ago. I mean, we're basically attacking very fundamental issues, assumptions about this entire process at this point. I will say a couple of things in support of them. First, the 2016, there was a survey that was a part of the 2016 growth plan, and it was designed as and implemented as a statistically significant survey. So yeah, there's information there. It's important, and it is, as best as we can know, reliable information. Another thing I just want to point out, the CTEP program that the Chamber of Commerce has provided recently, has put out there, they are using a lot of these different types of basic ideas, eyes on the streets, people close, making neighborhoods much more tied together. All of those things are very, very important for making neighborhoods more safe. And I can tell you from personal experience as a researcher that I participated in research that was done in the 1980s on these issues. And this is stuff that is currently in textbooks on urban planning because there is data that supports them and whatnot. So this is all very important stuff. And the last comment I really want to say is that, yeah, to some degree, developers have an idea as to what people want, but you know what? What people want isn't always what developers build, and that's part of the risk that developers take and when they're doing it. And frankly, as we look at the marketplace right now, in the past few years, developers have been building way too many big houses and not enough small houses. And that's why we have a glut of big houses, and the market is looking for small houses. So developers don't have a crystal ball that tells us that what they know is what the community wants. What the community wants is what people actually say they want. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Shaw, Brown, and Ronning, and then we do have a lot of other items on that list, so we'll try to move on. Councilmember Shaw?
Thank you. Yes, this was also going to be an entreaty to please move us along, but partially to just say, I think, questioning these foundational policies is just really not something we can do right now. But also, I just wanted to remind council that we are elected. I mean, tens of thousands of people in Billings elected all 11 of us to make these decisions. So we have the authority to do that. I think if there's issues, we should bring them up specifically. But I just want to encourage us to move on and actually start addressing the issues that we need to so we can get out of here at a decent time. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Brown and Ronning, before we do move on.
Thank you, Mayor. I disagree that this is not something that we should be talking about. This is the exact core of what this is all about. And if we don't all agree that our growth policy is what we don't want safe neighborhoods, we don't want walkable neighborhoods, we don't want all these things, this whole thing was for naught. That growth policy was a pretty big endeavor. It wasn't just send out a survey and here we go. It included an entire study by the Parks Department, an entire deal through the planning, and Wyeth could probably talk more to this. There were many, many meetings, there were many or surveys put out, there were all these things that's exactly what those people that replied and those people that showed up to the task forces and those people that did all those things, that is what they said. So I disagree that this shouldn't be discussed because this is the core. If you agree with the growth policy, then this recode makes more sense. If we don't agree with it, then what don't we agree with? And let's just change it and move forward. So I just really encourage us not to just pass by this topic, because if we don't get this one agreed upon, we're just going to battle the whole way through this. Thanks.
Okay, thank you very much, Councilmember Ronning.
Thank you. So I've got the growth policy opened up on my computer. It's 99 pages long. In my 3 years on city council, my experience has been that city staff listens to the public and goes by what the public has to say in the public meetings. You show up at the public meetings, you get your voice heard. You get to be part of the process, and as the process moves along, you get to have your voice heard. That's how government works. And that's the good thing about government, is that we get to participate. And one of the things that's really been my experience is that in Project Recode for the past 3 years, and so I didn't serve on city council in 2016 when the growth policy was adopted, but I am assuming that it was the same type of practice, that there was a lot of public input that was given. And there's been a lot of opportunity for public input to be given. And from my observation, that is how staff moves direction along and comes up with the documents and then brings those to city council to be adopted on. And it's a very public process. And my experience from the past 3 years is that Project Recode has continually been brought to city council, and we've had a lot of opportunities for people to come give comment, and that's what they're allowed to do now. And I think the process is doing just like the process was designed to do. You want to participate and get your voice heard, pay attention to your government, come make comment, as they're doing now. But I agree with Sean, these are conversations we need to have, but also need to remember that cities continue to go, and we may be newly elected to city council, but that doesn't mean that there were not processes already in place, and we move forward with those processes as they're moving along. So just wanted to share that and really appreciate the work that's being done and the conversation that's being had.
Okay, thank you. With all due respect to Councilmember Brown, I agree these are foundational and critically important, but sometimes the best way to deal with elephants is to eat them one bite at a time, and then we can address those larger issues as we do that. So I do think we need to move into more detail, but Councilmember Ewalt and Wyeth Friday, our planning director, you opened your schedule, or I'm sorry, your screen. If you would like to comment before we move back to Nicole, of course, I want to give you the opportunity. Councilmember Ewalt?
Mayor, thank you. But Chris had his hand up a long time ago, about 5 people ago, and you recognized him and then you didn't recognize him. So
I appreciate your pointing that out. That's absolutely correct.
Question.
Whenever it's appropriate for me to go back up to 100,000 feet, I want to take 60 seconds to go there. But right now you're down at 10. So when that timing is right, I thought after Nicole finished her eye elevation stuff, I could give you some context when you want it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Ewalt, you want to come back?
Yes, Mayor, thank you. Nicole, I think, 1 or 2 or 3 slides back, you said windows and doors make it so everybody's safe because you can see everything, but yet in N2 duplex, only one door can be facing the street. The other one has to be facing the side of the structure. So that's kind of counter to what you said. Doors and windows make it so you can see, but yet you can't have your both entry doors facing the street.
Okay, the one of the reasons that particular design requirement was put in there was to ensure that these generally larger structures in neighborhoods don't overwhelm the adjacent single-family structures. So it allows it to be part of the neighborhood. You'll see this in some places like the 1100 block of Park Hill Drive, some of the other corner lots that do have 2 entrances, one's on one street and one's on the side street. They also have the side entrance, which is very common. in some of the duplexes in the N2 neighborhoods. So it's a design feature that was used to make sure that these are just not just overwhelming buildings in blended neighborhoods where you have singles and twos all over the place.
Follow up, Mayor, please.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. So in N2, if I was going to build a single residence, I could be 80 foot across the front of the street. But if I'm going to put a duplex, I can only be 60 feet. So how can that be overwhelming when the residence can be 80 feet? And then when we were driving around this morning, a lot of duplexes mixed right in with single family houses, and everything just blended really well. And I would say probably 80% or more had all front-facing entry doors to the duplexes.
Okay.
So,
can you tell me the streets so I can look myself?
Okay. Let's see. Where were we? We're behind those barracks on 38th. No, what is that? 42nd Street, Mayor?
Yeah, across from Fuller Medical, where the gymnastics school is going to go, to the north of that. Is that what you're referring to?
Yep, there's those there, and then we were over on was that Fox Run, just west and north of Grand, west of the new junior high school.
Foxtail.
Foxtail. Okay. And then let's see, where else were we? Oh, we were on Avenue C, B, and D, which is east of 38th Street, and there's more of them up in there. We covered a pretty large area, and I went with Mike, Councilmember Boyette there also today, and he can give you comments on it too. But I thought they fit in really well with the neighborhood. And there was duplexes, there was single family houses, and everything worked good. And most of the doors do face the street. And most of the garages that are on the ends of the duplex all have single driveways going into each garage.
Thank you very much. It does seem that there's a distinction between trying to fit a duplex into an existing older neighborhood, which is the concern that Nicole, you were talking about, trying to create consistency there, and where you have brand new neighborhoods with all the duplexes built similar to each other, where they are the predominant character already. Different considerations there, but that's a comment, not a question. Wyeth, you want to wrap up anything before we turn it back to Nicole?
Yes, thanks, Mayor. Just real briefly, I guess, first I want to reiterate what Nicole said partway when we started drilling into this one N2 duplex topic, which is we are going to be providing some more information to you in the next couple of days with some visuals to help explain some of the details of what Councilmember Ewalt and others are talking about. So more to follow on that. That'll hopefully help to understand that better and just clarify what is proposed in the code. The other two things, just really quickly, the growth policy discussion. The Montana Code annotated 762304 criteria and guidelines for zoning regulations. The first one is that A, after it says zoning regulations must be A, made in accordance with the growth policy. And so just to go back really to what Councilmember Ronning was saying, yes, the growth policy process was extensive, 1,200 comments, 35 meetings, lots of other things that went with that. Yes, staff follows what those documents after they're developed from the community, and we move forward. And yes, we also follow state law, which requires that when you do develop zoning regulations, you develop them in accordance with the growth policy. So I just want to lay that out there. And I really want to stress, it's becoming more frustrating because I'm hearing, the planning department, the staff, that it's somehow, Nicole and I and a couple others, Monica, who are somehow responsible for this entire 3-year effort and maybe even responsible for the growth policy back in 2016. And that couldn't be further from the truth. And I've said this before, but the outreach efforts and the engagement of these processes, including builders, including developers, including real estate agents, has been huge. And there, in no shape, way, or form has staff been somehow, behind all this pulling strings and everything. And I really want to state that, because it's getting pretty discouraging to have that now. It's like it's the planning department, it's the staff that somehow are responsible for whatever's negative about this, which is pretty much what we're talking about. So I just want to make sure very clear: growth policy in 2016, Project Recode in the last 3 years, community driven, community involvement, and the staff is bringing it to you for your consideration. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Boyette, I'm going to give you the last word before we move on, but we do need to move on.
Nicole, I've been reading the book here, and they were talking about alleys. Do you anticipate builders putting alleys in any of these new subdivisions going forward?
I think it would depend on what type of zone and what type of housing they're intending to build. The form orientation of some of these, particularly the mixed use zone districts, basically says we want the garage part and the car parking part of this to be behind. Now, whether you do that with the side driveway and then some parking structure behind or tucked in the back, or it's an actual alley that gets constructed, it's really their choice of how they want to design that. But that's the way the code was oriented for those mixed residential zones in particular.
Okay, thank you very much. Nicole, why don't you move on to your next topic?
Okay, thank you. And I'm going to share my screen again. And I'm going to fix that. Okay, so we're going to jump directly to the council policy questions. You have seen the public outreach and education information previously, as well as the steering committee's guiding principles, which was their charge to the working groups, consultants, and staff to how to approach these regulations as we improve them and modernize them for the city of Billings. So at your last meeting last week, the council asked several policy questions about the planned neighborhood development zoning tool, which is really intended to be used, required for property as it's annexed to the city of Billings. One of those questions was to adjust the open space minimum requirements that are in the table that's in the code. And those range from 5% of the gross area up to 10% of the gross area. And as we looked at this table and kind of worked the problem through, we discovered that 10% of the gross was way too much, particularly for neighborhood PNDs. So we are suggesting to you that you dial that back to a 2% minimum open space of the net area for each type of PND, and that it must be developed open space. In other words, it has to have green, it has, if they're doing a plaza, it has to have certain elements in there. And then the open space would continue to count towards the required dedication as per subdivision regulations. We're also recommending taking out the minimum area requirements in the description of the types of open space and allowing every type of open space, from open natural areas to plazas and squares, in any of the planned neighborhood development types. Another question that the council brought up for the PND was to adjust the minimum area for triggering a PND. The current one is set at 3 acres, and we're forwarding a recommendation to you to dial that up to a 10-acre minimum where the PND would be required upon annexation. We're also recommending taking out the minimum and maximum percent of each zone district, except for the open space at 2% of the net, and changing the table to basically a pick 2 option for each PND type. So for example, the neighborhood PND which is just neighborhood zoning, basically. Could have some mixed residential, but it's limited to pick 2 neighborhood districts at a minimum. The next step up, a mixed residential, would be a pick 1 mixed residential zone and 1 neighborhood zone at a minimum. And then the mixed use would be pick 1 of the mixed use districts and 1 of either the mixed residential, neighborhood office, or neighborhood districts, so that it opens up the options. We're not setting minimums except for the developed open space of 2% of the net area, not the gross. And I think this would go a long way towards using this tool to its fullest potential. Also, there was requested that we consider making just the P&D as an optional development tool for when property is annexed to the city of Billings. We are not recommending this for one really big reason is that we started this Project Recode with a very strong message from both the city and the county is that we need more predictability on zoning and land use decisions at the edges where property is coming into the city and where property is staying outside of the city. And the only way to get the city council as part of this decision making was to build this tool with the idea that you make the zoning decisions up front, the basic streets are laid out, and then the annexation can be phased over time. And the zoning doesn't, quote unquote, come into effect until it is annexed in phases, if it's a phase, or all at once, if it's annexed all at once. It provides developers and owners the possibility of flexibility to adjust those lot choices and housing options based on market demand over time, particularly on larger developments where you're not always able to predict 10 years in the future where the housing market will be. And if you have the ability to choose more than just one zoning district, it can help you meet that market demand. And I think we're at the end of the policy questions on the planned neighborhood development. I will stop sharing and go back for your questions.
Thank you, Nicole. Councilmember Ewald.
Thank you, Mayor. Nicole, on that, when you pick 2 N districts, is there a minimum or that the N district has to have a percentage of?
No. We're recommending you take out the percentage maximum and minimum for any of one of those districts. Just have to pick 2.
You could have 90% N3 and 10% N2.
Right, or N1, or you could even pick a mixed residential if you wanted.
Yeah, but if you just picked one of the 2 N districts, so you could actually have 90% of the N3.
Right.
Okay, thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Hey, Nicole, I apologize. I didn't see Councilmember Joy when I started talking. Councilmember Joy, you had your hand up. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I was just going to say, it seems that this is a kind of a compromise position in this tool, and I absolutely know that this council, previous councils, many councils have wanted solutions to more predictability and more uniform expectation on those edge areas. And I think this is really something that could be a solution. And I'm always for solutions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Nicole, question about the open space potential changes here. If I'm understanding correctly, the type of open space would have to be developed. You've reduced it to 20% of the original in some cases, but are you still leaving the choice of type of open space to the developer? And if so, why wouldn't every developer choose the most nasty area of the property, call it natural area that doesn't have to be developed, which is what we used to see for park dedications years ago. What am I missing there?
Okay, I think I'm going to open my code to 27,800, which is where the P&D is located. And there are some basic minimums in there about open space. And even if it's a quote unquote natural area, it still has to be, it's not just the stormwater pond. Hold on. I'm getting there.
No hurry.
Okay. Okay. All right. So I think it's 27,803.
I actually have it memorized, but just to not make
really?
So bad.
You beat me to it, huh? So there's a choice of building a plaza, a square, a parklet, a green, or a natural area. It has to conserve a natural feature. It can't just be the leftover pieces behind everybody's house that didn't quite make it into a lot. It cannot be a stormwater retention pond that nobody wants to really own. And most of these spaces, I'm just going to make a prediction here, will end up as small neighborhood maintained park areas. A 2% of a net, even on, if you go with a 10 acre, if we're going to go with the 10 acre minimum, and you take out the required streets and infrastructure spaces and stormwater ponds, if you're going to put those in, you probably come up with about 7.5 acres of net area, and then 7.5 acres times 2%. It's really not very much for it to meet the minimum requirement. If you give me a moment, I can do the math on my phone. It's about a 6,500 square foot space of open space minimum to create that one place in a neighborhood for people to have a little sociability.
Okay, thank you very much. But they would be required to develop these natural features. Is that
not a natural feature? So, for example, a parklet is required to have 70% living plant material, but a square or a plaza can be paved, can have furniture in it, can have gazebos, can have areas like that. So, or it could be a space where, you know, the neighborhood has a competition, horseshoes or cornhole or what have you. It doesn't have to be a natural. When we say open space, it includes all of those types of places.
okay? We'll move on. Just because it's a concern, we might want to be really clear that those are really important natural features. And we would have to accept them. The city would have to accept that as part of the deal, I guess, right?
Right.
No.
They would have to show on their master plan of the P&D, the public zoned parcel and what it's going to be for, whether it's a natural feature that's being protected or whether it's a gathering space or whether it's a trail or something else.
Okay, thank you very much. I saw some other hands. Councilmember Boyd, everybody has hands up. Councilmember Boyette, Nice, Burrington.
Thank you. Roy, I think Roy was first.
Okay, thank you very much. So we'll start with Councilmember Nice.
Thank you, Mayor. It's actually regarding this thing you were just talking about on the open space. Nicole, I asked last time about the differences between the P&Ds, and when you have a higher density P&D and a lower density, and how does that impact the amount of open space if you have I don't know, let's say, again, these are just numbers. So let's say you have 200 people housings that can be put in this 10-acre P&D, and the other you've got only, 100. So it would seem to me you'd need more open space for the higher dense unit than P&D than you would the lower dense P&D. So is there any indication that the higher dense P&Ds will actually require more open space, or are we just going to cram a lot more housing into a smaller space and have the same amount of open space as some other P&D with less density?
Well, I believe that the way we've structured it is there's a lot of flexibility in there, and I'm not really sure that we're going to experience cramming a lot of density into a smaller area. You will notice in the NX3 zone that in that district, if you have more than I think it's 3 acres of NX3, which is the larger buildings, more units, zone district, that there is some required open space, even if you're not in a P&D, for that particular zone district. And that was to address the problem that some of our more dense apartment places have, which is that there's no place for any of the kids who live there to really play outside. So we kind of built that into the NX3. The P&D, we set it at 2%. As we move forward and start using this tool, I think we're going to look very closely at that. They're still going to developers are still have to meet the 11% minimum dedication for residential subdivisions, and they can take part of it or all of it into their P&D as open space. We're saying you need to start with 2% at minimum. If you want to use all 11% in your P&D, great. But we're not going to make you do that.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Councilmember Boyette.
Hi, Nicole. I drove around today with Councilmember Ewald, and we looked at some of these great big apartment building complexes, and I guess I failed to see that there was any green space for kids to play. I just want to make sure that going forward, anything we build these great big buildings, that we require them to have places for kids to play. That one instance is that Shiloh and Central, there's 4 giant buildings, and I didn't see any place for kids to play whatsoever. So that really bothers me in the sense that kids they can't play on the street, obviously. Right. I just want to make sure that that's something that we're going to insist on in the future.
Right. So let's see. Here's the next one. If you go into section 27300, you will see in the NX1 zone district that for every 3 contiguous acres of this zone district, they have to provide a parklet, a green, or a natural area. So there is a place to play in that area. And the same requirement applies in the NX2 and in the NX3 zone districts as well. When you hit that 3 acres of that zone district, you're going to need to supply some open space.
Okay, Councilmember Parrington.
Thank you. Nicole, just a question. And I know that I at least I assume that I'm way outside the areas of annexation. I was looking at the map at Niebauer and 72nd. I remember when that subdivision went in out there, Lakeshore. I don't know what the name of the subdivision is, but that first road is Lakeshore. And then the Niebauer is the cross street there at 72nd. And anyway, it was a real nice little subdivision out in the county. And then there was this big, huge, well, I guess it's called West End Sand and Gravel. They moved in and they just had all these huge trucks and everything right there on the corner, because I knew a gal that lived there. So whenever you start talking about the predictability of the city and the county, because that was what I understood, that when you live out in the county, you won't know what's going to come in next to you. Is that the type of predictability that you're talking about, city and county? Will county also have that type of predictability where you won't be, the subdivisions won't go into this major, I don't know if it's commercial, industrial sort of area?
Well, that's correct. 72nd and Neubauer is unzoned.
Correct.
So that's completely unpredictable. We do have city subdivisions that are surrounded by unzoned land. Don't want to scare you too much, but that's true. That's way out on the west end. So the predictability factor is very important to people who are investing in their first home, their last home, any home. People who are investing in businesses want to know what's going to happen next door to me, what's going to happen across the street. So when we build this tool here, we want to make sure that it's predictable both for the city and for the county. We have some areas outside the city limits that are not contiguous to the city. So we have, for example, Grand Avenue has many areas that you drive through and you're surrounded by county, and then all of a sudden you're back in the city, and then you're in the county, and then you're in the city. So, hopefully we'll be able to fill in those areas in a predictable way over the next 20 years.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Ewald.
Thank you, Mayor. Nicole, you were in this part just a little while ago, and then it got changed. 27,300, page 16.
16.
Yep.
Okay.
Okay, where it says open space, one of the following open space types must be provided for every 3 contiguous acres of NX1 district. Now, right. NX1, you can only have a 4-plex. That's as big as you can go.
Right.
But yet you reduce the PNDs from 10% to 2%, but if you do a parklet, that's 16% of that each contiguous 3 acres.
Right. We would recommend that you take out these minimum areas in addition to the PND district. So parklet says it has to be 20,000 square feet. We're going to recommend you take out that 20,000 square feet.
So it would be 2% of the 3 acres then? Would that be safe to assume instead of the 20,000?
Right. We
Okay.
could.
I just couldn't see how you'd keep that in and you'd lessen it for the PND. So
no, we would make it consistent across both.
So, okay, when you're doing these changes, are we going to get pages to replace in our book here that's got all the changes in them so that we know what the changes are?
Right. When we get to probably between first reading closure and second reading, we're going to do an addendum to the ordinance that will include all of the corrections, the adjustments, everything that the council has talked about and asked us to make those changes. That'll be part of that. So those do get into the code.
And we're going to get more than 1 week to read all those changes over, right?
Well, hopefully we'll have discussed them a lot and we won't have 40 pages of changes. And it will just be extracting out those pieces of the code. We won't republish the entire code for you to try and find them.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, thank you very much, Councilor Bernice.
Thank you, Mayor. Nicole, on these changes, is it that hard to redline the PDF that's online so that the people who are going online to look at this know what changes that you're recommending? And addendum is a separate page to kind of look over here and kind of match them up is going to be difficult. Like, is it possible to get us a red line copy of this as you make it? Maybe not the whole, 4 inches or 400 pages, but at least if we can go online somewhere to look and start seeing these red line recommendations you're doing, and maybe post them as recommendations, purple line them. I don't know, something that's showing they're coming from you guys as recommendations. That would be helpful.
Well, I don't want to make red lines unless the council, says, yes, do that. I would much prefer to do that and then post it up as a red line.
Yeah. But if at least if they're purple lines, some kind of indication to the public as they're reading this and our developers are going to this and are reading this, see that, these minimums are no longer here, so they're not going to be upset. These now we can do, and so that they actually know what these changes are.
Sure.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to go back to Councilor Brewalt unless somebody else had their hand up. Not seeing anybody. Councilor Brewalt.
Thank you, Mayor. Nicole, I don't know. I haven't read through this whole thing. I've been trying to eat it like an elephant, I guess. But is there anything in here that requires new development to have, say, stormwater runoff depressions that maintain the water for 2 or 3 days as it drains off slowly? Because I've been studying in the CIP a little bit, and there's a bunch of stuff coming in and big trunk lines for stormwater. And if we could control the runoff with depressions that hold it for 2 or 3 days and let it off slowly, we wouldn't have to spend all that money on these big trunk lines. So is there anything in this zoning that would require new areas to have that type of water catch basin?
Not in zoning, but in chapter 28 of the city code, which is all about stormwater control, is where you'll find that. And where there aren't any stormwater pipes, that is the only way for developers to take care of their stormwater. I don't believe that the city engineering division, Debbie, I don't know if you're still there, is going to require that to go away. In other words, you can't just put your water into a pipe and be done. That there's going to have to be some quality and quantity management required by city's engineering.
Follow up, Mayor, please.
Sure.
So these open spaces, could they double as both? I know like down around Denver and in Boise also, they kind of double as both in a lot of places where a park will be flooded for like 3 days and then the water recedes and you got the whole park again. Is that, I mean, they got high spots where the swings and stuff can be, but it's a natural lake, but it grows really big on the heavy rain. So can that be incorporated in these open spaces?
I think I'm going to let Debbie chime in here because I know she and Parks have worked on this with planning.
Debbie.
Sure. Thank you, Nicole and Mayor and Council. Yes, we actually, Castle Rock Park is an example of that. We already use Castle Rock for storm drainage. We also use Rim Point Park for storm drainage. I think we need to hone our design a little bit better so that, like you said, some of those amenities are out of the water right away. But it is something we've been working on. The Storm Drain Management Manual does deal with quality and quantity, and we do that to keep up with our stormwater permit. So all that will still be in there, and our pipes are sized such that we assume subdivisions are doing that.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Everybody, it's 7:35. Traditionally, we take a break now. I'm going to make that suggestion that we do that. Nicole will come back. You can move on to your next point. Just to wrap up on this item, I'll just remind staff that if the 2% is clearly a credit against park dedication requirements, a developer might still want to do cash in lieu. So there'll have to be language in there that explains how one gives credit for the 2% land dedication against a cash in lieu obligation. presumably some appraisal and valuation process, because all of a sudden you're mixing apples and oranges. But I assume we've done that before, and that can't be impossible to do. So,
No.
okay, if that's okay with everybody, we will take a break now and come back to Nicole and move on to the next topic, which is, Nicole, what's our next topic?
Your next topic is defining a large casino.
Okay, and we'll be back no later than 7:45. If we can get started before then, all the better.
Okay, thanks.
See you in no more than 8 or 9 minutes.
how do people actually get around? And you would see, they must.
We try to avoid litigation and billing.
Okay. Speaking of on topic, we'll get started again if we've got all of our council members back with us. Councilmember Purington looks to be the only MIA. We'll just delay a few seconds and then turn it back to Nicole.
Yep.
There we go. All righty. Well, welcome back, everybody. Hope you had a nice trip to Hawaii on your 7-minute break. Nicole Cromwell, back to you.
Okay.
Casinos.
All right. I'm going to share my screen again. And okay. So just one slide this time. So the question was, are we capturing enough of the casino use in Billings with setting the bar at 1 to 3, 4 to 9, and 10 or more machines? So we looked at data from the state of where we have gaming in Billings, and we found that 89% of the gambling locations in Billings have 10 or more machines, and only 11% collectively have less than that. So I think we have set the break point at the right point here at 10 machines or more to get to regulate what really matters on casinos. We're not recommending that you adjust these numbers downward to describe a large casino for these non-reducible separation distances. And I'm going to stop sharing again and let you have your questions.
Okay, thank you very much. Councilmember Boyette.
Thank you, Mayor. I mean, I already know this answer, Nicole, but for the sake of the people that are out on the watching us tonight, we've had questions that let's pretend I own a casino now that won't be conformed. It won't be the right casino going forward. Can I sell it if I die or move on or decide to sell a property and still be a non-conforming casino?
It can. The use can continue as long as the use is not abandoned. And the use can, it can be vacant for up to 6 months without losing that non-conforming protection.
Okay, or Mayor, may I ask?
Please.
Or unless I do any remodeling, more than 10%? Isn't that what it is also?
Right. Remodeling or expansion of the footprint more than 10%. It would have to be an expansion away from that protected use, right. But you could go up to that 10% and that's it.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And Nicole, maybe doesn't proportionate compliance play a role in improvements beyond that 10% over time?
It does. So for example, if let's say the location doesn't have the right buffer yard, we look at the building permit or remodeling permit, and based on its valuation, we can say, okay, now it's time to do the buffer yard, or at least the screening fence in the buffer yard, that sort of thing. We can do that.
Okay. In other words, that will be permitted without triggering a complete change of the property. They could make those incremental changes.
Yes.
Which, of course, we want to encourage. Other questions about this? Councilmember Purington?
Nicole, I'm going to go back to that question that I've asked a few times regarding that 6-month period of time. And we can use Councilmember Boyette's example. You know, he wants to sell the property, but after 6 months, for whatever the market is at that time, it doesn't sell. So that land value is a certain amount because it's a commercial piece of property. And depending on where it is, and I can't think of anyone right or anything right this minute, but if it doesn't sell for a business or a commercial, then it's going to lose its value. So Mike would be losing the value of that property because it would be out of compliance at that point to put another bar, casino, tavern, whatever it would be in there. Is that correct? And is there a thought process in determining property value whenever you change these codes, or if they're non-conforming?
Well, the abandonment of a use under our current non-conforming rules extinguishes the right to reestablish that non-conforming use after a year. In the proposed rules, particularly when we're talking about a use in combination with the property, a structure, a building, we're saying now 6 months is the longest we want that use to be not in the building before we extinguish that grandfathering. I hate to use that word, but it's legal nonconformity protections for that use. The council can discuss whether or not that's the right lever to push on this. And this would apply to any sort of non-conforming use. So, for example, it's not just bars and casinos, it's any type of use that is now or is already a non-conforming use in the zone district where it's located. The commercial nature of the property is not going to be devalued. It's just that one particular use could not be reestablished because it would not be able to meet those separation distances to a church, a school, a park with a public playground, or to a residential zone, depending on where it's located. So, for example, we're not applying the minimum separation requirements in downtown, in eBird, in light industrial, and we're not applying other separation distances for bars in downtown, East Billings, light industrial, or downtown support areas. So there are places where we're saying these are the zone districts where we're going to open it up. And these are the districts, because of the way we have formed our zones over time, close up to these arterial streets, that we want to, say there has to be some, extinguishment of use over time, especially if it goes away.
So, follow up, Mr. Mayor?
Sure.
So what is the rationale of the 6 months versus the 1 year?
Well, I can only think of maybe 3 locations in my 20 years that have had a bar owner close business and it never gets reestablished. It gets torn down and it becomes something else. And so it's not very common that happens. What will happen is that our special review approvals of these locations will no longer, quote unquote, run with the land. They run with the use. So as long as the use is active in the building and not abandoned, it can stay there.
Okay.
Nicole, can you just clarify though, but in like 1 or 2 sentences, the difference between the 12-month period and the 6-month period?
The 6-month period is for a use that's abandoned, And then the 12-month period really applies to more of the whole property. I'd have to look, and it might be one of these things that I have to get back to you on, but it's the simple protections of legal non-conforming uses over time as zoning is changed. Some communities use just the 6-month trigger. Some communities use just the 12-month, 1 year or less, and you're okay. You can reestablish the use. In Billings, we have now proposed a 6-month trigger for uses that would be non-conforming to the new code, a 12-month trigger for other parts of non-conformity. And then we're going to keep the 1-year nonconformity for manufactured homes that we have right now that can be replaced, even though they're not in a zone district where they're allowed. That's been on our books for a long time, and it has preserved some of our affordable housing stock in the community. So we're keeping that. If you look at 27-1500, that's where the nonconformity language is. I can flip there.
Yeah, it's 1503, subparagraph B, sub 1. The critical sentence is, when a quote, when a nonconforming structure is abandoned for 12 months or more, the nonconforming status shall be considered terminated and the structure shall be brought into compliance with the current zoning code prior to any use. So that clearly applies to abandonment of the structure. And
right.
What I'm hearing is the 6-month goes more to the, call it the abandonment of the use.
Right.
I'm not quite sure where the 6-month use pops up because I'm not seeing it in.
It's in 1504.
The next page over, page 4.
C.
Number 2.
1504B. There is no B2.
No. C2. C is in Charlie.
Thank you very much. Yes, abandonment when a non-conforming use is abandoned for 6 months or more, it shall be considered terminated. Okay, thank you very much for that clarification. Moving on, Chris Kukulski and the Councilmember Nice. Chris, you're muted.
Sorry. I would think in part answer to Councilmember Purinton's question, sometimes that non-conforming use may be hurting the property values of the neighbors. And so once it's abandoned for a shorter period of time, it can get moving on to the zoning that you've selected that you want the evolution of that neighborhood to have. And when I look at how many commercial areas we have in our community that hopefully over the next 20 years we'll see a revitalization, a shorter period might help them revitalize at a faster pace. I can't guarantee that, but it seems to me that could be a positive impact of a shorter period. Maybe you disagree with that, Nicole.
No, I think the whole idea of extinguishment of non-conforming uses by this grace period time limit is what we've done in Billings for a long time in order to spur redevelopment or get rid of uses that are harming neighborhoods.
Okay, thank you. Other questions? And again, we do want to focus on that number of gambling machines. Councilmember Ewalt and then Shrieky. Oh, I'm sorry. Recognize Councilmember Nice first. So Councilmember Nice, Ewalt, Shrieky.
Thank you, Mayor. Nicole, just to clarify what abandonment is to make sure, because I worked with some businesses before and it takes 6 months for them to get their licensing from the state. So if they're working on it, is that still considered abandoned if they're not able to use the property at the time? What's
our definition?
Yeah.
So I have to go to the definition section. Hold on. All right.
And going along the same lines of what Councilman Boyett brought up, if someone were to pass away and sell the business, it has to go through probate or months, sometimes years. So if they're continuing to work on that process and yet it's not being used, would they wait to continue that operation if we not have it open for 6 months?
Okay. So in the definition, it's basically this ceasing of use of the use or structure for a specific period of time as evidence through discontinuance, non-operation, vacation of the structure or property, or lapse of a business license. Casual, intermittent, temporary, or illegal use of land shall not be construed to establish or continuing a non-conforming subject to abandonment. So it really is basically that those folks that are experiencing that, the death of the owner, it has to go through probate. A lot of times those businesses do keep operating even while probate is going through. The expectation would be that they communicate with us if that is not, if they're going to have a longer period of time that they're intending to continue the use, they're keeping up with their business license. It's not, the intent is not to go away, but there's, maybe a longer than 6 months period where they wouldn't have the doors open.
Okay, so if they're actively pursuing their license with the state, the city would not consider that abandoned, even though they
No.
in operation for 6 months.
No, typically we get those license reviews pretty quickly in the city. The Department of Revenue doesn't sit on them for very long before they get them out to the communities.
Okay. Thanks for the clarification.
Councilmember Ewald and then Shrieky.
Thank you, Mayor. Okay, Nicole, I'm confused now. This nonconformity, this 12 months, that's residential, commercial, everything?
Yep, the same as it's currently written.
So, okay, so if I'm sure there's some of us on this council are old enough to remember when the housing market, the bottom fell out of it and there was houses vacant all over town, and some of them for more than a year. So these duplexes we looked at today that are now in N2, and it's sitting empty for a year, then how do they have to tear the place down to bring it into conformity?
Absolutely not.
How do they bring it into conformity then?
Well, you look at section 27-1505, which talks about non-conforming site characteristics. And that has nothing to do with non-conforming structures, because these are really design considerations. They're not, unless it's a setback, let's say the house burns to the ground, right? And it only has a 2-foot setback to the side, a 5-foot minimum setback is required. We're not going to approve a building permit to restore that 2-foot side setback unless they get a positive variance from the city of Billings. So things like that will be part of, when we look at non-conforming property and structures. If the building was too tall, or if the building was over the height limit on our new code, we would say, okay, you can build it back, but you have to conform to this new height rule. If you don't want to, you have to get a variance to that. So there's always a possibility of getting those dealt with. The site characteristics are dealt with differently. And so, no, you're not going to make people tear down a duplex that doesn't conform to the site characteristics.
So basically they have to meet lot coverage, front, back, side setbacks, and height restrictions And if they meet those three components, even if they're non-conforming, they get to remain.
Right. It's the use that's the more concerning part when something gets abandoned than site characteristic or setback or even a height or lot coverage. So that's the way the current code reads. We're not changing the way we're going to implement this code either, except for we have to deal with site characteristics now. We don't really have those in the existing code except for the eBird district.
So then on 271503 under B where it says abandonment and termination, for 12 months or more, the non-conforming status shall be considered terminated and the structure shall be brought into compliance with the current zoning code prior to any use. So that only means setbacks, lot coverage, and height restrictions.
Right. I'd have to look at that more closely, but yeah, that's essentially what it means.
Okay, thank you.
Councilor Brown? Oh, I'm sorry. I recognize Councilor
Just to clarify this, I just want to clarify this very topic. Mayor, can I?
Yeah, go ahead, please.
Nicole, now what you were talking about there is if the structure had to be rebuilt or something like that. If that property is simply for sale for a year and nobody lives in it, they don't have to do anything, correct? I mean, the property.
That is correct. Right.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councilor Tricky?
This is just a note, Nicole. If you have that information, what would be really cool is if you could, not just the size of the casinos, but if there's a second use to the building. So like if it's in a gas station or a convenience market or a restaurant or something like that, that would be very useful to know.
Okay, let me see if I can pull that up.
Oh, you don't have to do it right away. I'm
okay.
just, going forward, that would be something useful for me to know.
Okay, some of the smaller ones were in like the fraternal orders, clubs, houses. Yes, one was in a gas station. I can't remember. It's 14 places, so it'll be an easy set to send you.
Okay. For the sake of wanting to make progress and moving on, does anybody want to specifically address or object to staff's recommendation that we continue with the existing stratification of small, medium, and large casinos? I'm not seeing any objection to that, Nicole, so it seems to be the direction council wants to move in.
Okay.
Go ahead.
All right. All right. And so the next policy question was concerning accessory dwelling units, was from Councilmember Shaw. To consider allowing an ADU larger than 750 square feet. And this limitation only applies to what we're calling detached accessory dwelling units. We looked at the data that was gathered from the peer cities for the ADU working task group and found Idaho Falls was 750, the same as a proposal. Rapid City said that could be 10% or less of the lot coverage allowed in the zone district. So if you have 60% lot coverage allowed, 10% of that could be for the ADU. If in Sioux Falls, it was 40% of the primary dwelling footprint or less. Des Moines had 567, which is an odd number. I'm not really sure why that number was chosen, or 25% of the rear yard, whichever is greater. And then, of course, Minneapolis had 1,400 square feet or 16% of the lot area, whichever is greater. I looked at the data that we gathered on potential detached accessory dwellings. That was gathered by Dave Drennan, one of our VISTA members. And while there was a wide range of sizes, the average was 600, and kind of the top end of that average was 800. So that's why we chose 750 square feet. And this is the only slide I have on this issue. I'd be happy to take any of your questions.
Okay, so again, our requirement would be 750 square feet. Questions? And if anybody wants to have Nicole go back to that slide, just to tell her. Councilmember Purington and Councilmember Neese.
Just the question with the ones that you mentioned that were up to the 800 square feet. Would that be part of a non-conforming use? Because I would imagine that they would be able to stay there. It's just that you couldn't build one.
Right. The ones that are over 750 square feet right now and wanted to register as an ADU, we would say, well, I suppose you can. We're going to have to tell you that it's a non-conforming area for a detached ADU. So there's some limitations on the rebuildability of that structure. The other part of this to know is that if you have an accessory dwelling unit that's currently not legal under the zoning regulations, you don't have to register it as an ADU under the new regulations. Many of these zone districts that we made illegal will become legal to have one or two dwelling units on them. So they could just be a second primary structure on the property and could go forward like that. They don't have to be registered as an ADU.
Okay, Councilman Purington.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So a follow-up. So what is the point of having that if you're going to have a lot of illegals, but you're saying, well, okay, they'll be legal. You can register or you can't, or you don't have to register. And how would that be enforced?
Well, currently the way people find out whether their property is legal or not is by asking. And sometimes it's their bank that asks us, can this property be rebuilt exactly as it's currently developed? And sometimes we have good news, yes, it can, or no, bad news, it can't. And it's not because it's improper or is detrimental to the neighborhood. It's just that our code, as currently written, didn't recognize this very common form of development in Billings neighborhoods. So in the new code, the point of having an accessory dwelling unit allowance is to allow people who want to take existing accessory units and register them and conform to all of those requirements in the code. And for new owners in zone districts where accessory dwelling units are allowed by right to build one if they want to. Accessory dwelling units are not going to be allowed in all zoning districts. By right, they'll be allowed only on property that only has one dwelling unit now. So it could add a second accessory dwelling unit to it. And it's not going to override private covenants and restrictions. And in the N3 zone, it would have to be approved through a special review of the city council. So the point is that this is something that people have been asking us if it's legal to do. Under current code, you have to have twice the lot area you'd normally need for your zone district. So a lot of people don't own that much property on their lots. And so you can't do what is really a very small dwelling unit, not a full secondary unit, like some people have done on their property. So it's just a tool that we're putting out there and saying, we recognize these as existing. We recognize, the possibility that somebody want to do it in the future.
Okay, Nicole, if I can just follow up there to make sure I understand, if in that situation where you had a existing structure that was too large to be complying, they could elect to register and be declared to be officially non-conforming,
Right.
or continue, but there really wouldn't be any advantage, would there, to registering in that case? Because if they went to the bank and they were looking for financing, the bank is going to be concerned in both situations. They really haven't accomplished anything.
Well, what I'm saying is that the places where we found existing second units, separate second units on property, many of those are in districts where they just don't have enough lot area according to the current code to accommodate a full second primary dwelling unit, which is the only way the code recognizes dwellings. They're all primary. Doesn't matter what size they are. Doesn't matter where they're located on the lot. So the accessory dwelling unit regulations recognize that there is a size and it's an ancillary use. Can't be separated, can't be sold separately from the primary dwelling or the property, and that this is a way for those to be recognized as accessory. If the new zoning allows 2 dwelling units on the property based on the width of the lot, then it's no longer has that non-conforming blanket over the property.
Okay. So in my case, better to be non-conforming than to be blatantly illegal, I guess. Councilmember Sean Brown and the Councilmember Purington.
So Nicole, I'm just kind of checking here. So you're saying that we've got, some of these dwellings are 800 square feet and stuff like that. They're going to be non-conforming. Can we, I guess the question is what would happen if we looked at a percentage or 750, whichever is greater? So if they've got a big enough lot to have a 800 foot, then they're still in compliance. Rather than drawing that hard and fast 750, I don't know. I mean, it may be that you already know those properties aren't going to be big enough to make it any better. I don't know the answer to that, but it seems like that might be a way, around that. They're 50 square feet bigger than what we can let them have, but their lot's plenty big enough.
Right. Well, the group kind of struggled with this particular point a little bit. Because there is so much variation in lot area where people could possibly want to build an ADU and would be allowed under code by right or by special review. I think Greg wants to chime in here because he was part of the ADU task group and urban issues, and probably has some thoughts on new build ADUs as opposed to existing ones.
Okay, if other council members don't have any objection, given Craig's expertise and involvement there, I'm going to turn it over to Greg McCall, head of the working group Urban Issues, or co-head, I guess. Greg?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Council. This was a particularly challenging question for us as we worked in that ADU task group. The lion's share of these ancillary use spaces were smaller. So it really came into these kind of 2 categories, this attached, where the basement was used as an ADU and had a fully separate use. And that was generally half the size of the total space. So we were allowing that to be larger, but these back houses, they generally were quite a bit smaller. The thing that is hard though, and where this is maybe one of those things that one of those dials that we may need to adjust over time as we start to see these become possibly being built, is that maybe it's not quite the right size. This is one of the ones where I'd say we're probably real close, and let's look at it, on a case by case basis as we move forward. We have a 3-car garage with a 2-bedroom, 1-bath ADU over the top of it that's 920 square feet. So in that instance, it wouldn't be in compliance. However, we're zoning in most cases with our mixed use to allow those in 2 or 3 unit spaces, so it wouldn't really matter anyways. But that being said, it could be a dial that we need to adjust a little, but I certainly wouldn't get hung up on it because it's pretty darn close.
Okay. Councilmember Purington?
So just one more clarification, Nicole. You mentioned the banks loaning money for these. Because of the, I suppose some of them have a separate address and some don't, or it could be an A or a B. How does that play into insurance also, and fire codes and that sort of thing? Are those part of this discussion?
Building code and fire code compliance was definitely part of our discussion, especially about the existing potential ADUs that could get registered under this new code. In other words, they would have to bring in a change of use building permit, get a separate address assigned if they don't already have one. And so when they register it, that's all part of doing that. So a lot of the up-down units would have to put in a fire-rated ceiling floor assembly. They might have to create a separate electric meter service and a separate gas meter service. It can be done. We've done it before for parcels where they have enough lot area to have 2 primary dwelling units. People have done this. It was definitely part of our discussion to make sure that when we do register an accessory dwelling unit, that it is up to building and fire code requirements.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Ewald?
Thank you, Mayor. I kind of got to agree with Councilman Brown a little bit. To avoid the nonconformity, we should probably look at 750 or a certain percentage, whichever is, would be less. Would that be right, or greater? I'm not sure which, but to avoid the nonconformity. But if we're going to build new, then 750 would be the amount you could build. But that's kind of like hanging a jail sentence around the people's neck, because all of a sudden now they're non-conforming, and so they're kind of stuck with it. So I think there's a little flexibility there if it's already something in use, and we can work with them and make it so it's a conforming rather than a non-conforming. But any new construction probably has to stay at the 750.
Right.
I guess just a comment there, and Nicole can respond, but it seems like it would need to, if there were a percentage, it would be whichever is larger, since we're trying to permit the possibility of a larger unit, but we also might want to still have a cap, not to exceed 1,000 square feet, for example. So if you're on a very large lot, you didn't have a massive McMansion and calling it the ADU. I saw some other hands. Councilmember Bernice.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm not so sure I agree with that statement, Frank, because if it's non-conforming, I think if I understood what Nicole said is, they're okay. They're not going to be harassed about it. But if it does burn down, if it was 850 or from 750 800, they can still rebuild it. They're still approved by the city to rebuild it, but just up to 750, not the 800 and 850. So I don't see a problem with leaving that where it is. But I did have a question for you, Nicole, regarding is the ADU subject to the lot coverage, the total lot coverage? So garages, what all is part of the lot coverage in that?
Right. So lot coverage includes the footprint of all structures and anything that has a roof. So a covered porch, covered patio. We don't get down into the doghouse size, but pretty much everything else that has a roof on it, we do count as lot coverage. So it still has to fit within those parameters of maximum lot coverage, separations between buildings, setbacks, all of that.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Were there some other hands up before we move to another topic here? I'm not seeing other hands. I don't know. Well, I know that we didn't reach any resolution on the to change the 750. So that one's out there. You can give us some thought. If staff wants to come back with some other proposal, I'd say feel free to do so, but I'm not seeing a consensus on that one. Okay, then Councilor Brown.
So Nicole, can you clarify what Councilman Neese was saying? So if they have an 800-foot ADU, it burns down, they could build back to 750. Is that correct?
Right. And anything numeric in this code can have a request for a variance.
Okay.
So,
That
you know, if they wanted the 850 and it's within the lot coverage limitations and it meets all the setbacks, they could apply to the Board of Adjustment and say, hey, we want to build back to 850. That's what we had before. It seems to fit. Please give us a variance.
Okay, that makes sense. If they could build back to be in compliance and the bank and everybody would accept that, I'm good with that. I think that's fair.
Yeah.
Okay, then let's move on. Nicole, next topic.
Okay. Our next topic is going to be sign height. And, oops. Oh, no, I'm sorry. Electronic message displays and the sign hold time. Okay. Oops. Go down. Okay. So the proposed code is set to have a uniform sign message hold time of 6 seconds per display on a static EMD. Now, we did in the sign code working group, we had a significant debate about this, about message hold times and what made sense. And what the recommendation was that for consistency purposes, the 6 second hold time across the board for billboards for on-premise is the recommended hold time. You can certainly choose to reduce the hold time to 3 seconds, although we're not recommending that to you. It is, this really, as far as sign code is concerned, right now we allow full animation on every electronic message sign except for billboards. So we're trying to add value and improve the appeal of our commercial corridors by saying, okay, most of our corridors are going to have to go to this same type of display as a billboard sign and change their message every 6 seconds, and no animation of the graphics on the sign. Certainly these EMD signs that are not billboards are much smaller. It may be that the sign owners need to have a sign hold or message hold time of 3 seconds in order to get their full information out there to the public. But it's really, this is a completely policy question for the council. There's no scientific data one way or another. This is really a pure policy choice by the city council.
Okay, Nicole, we'll entertain some questions. One of them will be, what do other cities do? Do we know?
Well, many cities don't allow, they require message hold times of minutes, 5 minutes per message. Some go so far as to, you can change it once a day. Some communities don't allow electronic message signs at all. No internal illuminated signs with the LED technology. We're not one of those communities. So kind of our charge from the sign code working group was to make sure we're writing clear, concise, and context-sensitive sign regulations so that we're using regulations that improve our commercial corridors and help businesses communicate better with the traveling public.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Brown was on the sign working group. Councilmember Brown and Councilmember Barani.
Thank you, Mayor. Nicole, I absolutely understand what you're saying. So if we were going to say, okay, for smaller boards, they could have a 3-second, we'd have to decide what that size is. And then code enforcement's going to have to go out and measure all those signs that there's a complaint. So, I mean, it's just going to be another mess to try to enforce. And I don't know. I went down and at the corner there at the bank, and I think 6 seconds would be okay, but that's my opinion. So I certainly agree with your recommendation.
I will point out that if the council chooses to change that message hold time for on-premise signs, that you don't base it on some other like sign size or where it's located or what kind of street it is. Just like it's one regulation for all EMDs on premise, this much hold time.
Okay, Councilmember Barani.
Thank you. So I hear what you're saying, Nicole. I do. I guess my thoughts on that are, and I attended some of the sign code meetings, not a lot of them. So I very well could have missed this discussion. But it seems like there are some of these signs that are designed for a walking public, like what we would see downtown. Mm-hmm. And some of those are designed for a driving public. Mm-hmm. And I could see where businesses in the downtown area or some of the more walking commercial areas where a lesser, the 3-second sign might make more sense. Right. So we have in regard to the different types of housing developments, it's been kind of decided or suggested that some housing type developments look really good and are right for a certain area. Were these kinds of signs, like the electronic signs that are designed for a walking public and electronic signs that are designed for a driving public, was that discussed in the sign meetings as far as what would be appropriate?
Right. Well, we based it more on this. We have pedestrian scale freestanding signs described and heights and sizes for those. And those can have electronic message displays on them. But we kept them static in most zone districts, either pedestrian scale or for larger scale for the traveling public signs, the taller, bigger signs, as static display. The exceptions to that are in downtown and the downtown support zone district. I'm going to have to go to my code to tell you exactly, but I think we allowed those only in those 2 zone districts. Animated, yes. So both the you can do animated END displays in the downtown district, the downtown support district, and every other zone district has the static message display requirement. So, for example, we say, okay, no scrolling of message across sign. If you're downtown, you can scroll a message. You can have some of these other animations on the signs that you can't have on a static message display in other zone districts.
Okay, other questions for Nicole? Nicole, just throw this idea out. It's not necessarily a good one, but if there were property owners who had small signs that were not conducive to a larger message, as we've heard about, and it might make sense for them to convert to a new, larger sign, but they've already got money invested in the old, smaller sign. Should we be considering some sort of blanket variance that would allow them to amortize their investment over a relatively short period of time, say 5 years, on the condition that at the conclusion of that 5 years, they remove that sign? So there would be a disincentive to just game the system. They'd have to tear out the sign after that time period. Is that ever done? Is that something that would allow some sort of a compromise here? Is that good or bad to even think about?
Never even thought about that. The only thing we've ever amortized in the city of Billings has been adult businesses. So I don't think this is in the same category, but I mean, you could certainly consider it. Really, all we're talking about is how long do you want the message to be held on the sign before it can change to another static message. So right now we have it set at 6. The proposal and what we'd ask for is, can we go less than 6? We can certainly accommodate a 3-second hold time. It's, it's twice as fast, but it's better than what we have now, which is the full animation anywhere, anytime at the touch of a button.
Okay, thank you, Councilor Brown.
I think, Mayor, one of the things we'd want to consider on that rip out and put in a bigger sign is, do we want bigger flashing signs?
Right.
We kind of want to stay with the small. So it's almost, if we're looking at that, we might want to delay or lower that flash time or time it changed to old things so that they stay with the smaller signs.
Yeah, good point. Other points here, Councilmember Treacy, Purington, and Neese.
How often are we currently getting complaints about signs?
Nicole?
I think I frightened her away.
Yeah, Nicole, you
threw her into a panic here.
Yeah, you're so frightened you are frozen in fear. It appears to us on your screen, but
I'm sorry. While we're waiting for her to come back, I'll just make a general comment. One of the things in perceptual psychology we've known for a very, very long time is that the human eye is attracted to motion. So if you've ever been in a room with a bunch of adults and there's one baby in there, there's almost always this moment where like all the adults are just kind of stupidly staring at this little baby, just sitting there going, goo, 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 goo. And that really is the underlying perceptual issue here, is that moving signs can be and are a distraction. So it's just something to keep in mind.
Sure.
Thank you. Nicole Cromwell is moving. And so
I'm moving again. Sorry, I froze up. Uh-oh.
Did you hear my question?
No, I didn't get your full question before.
I was just wondering how common it is that we get complaints about signs, and especially about moving signs.
Right. Moving signs are probably, it varies. This time of year when it's getting darker earlier, we get more complaints because people are still out and about when it's dark and the signs are being lit up. Whereas in the summertime, we just don't get that many complaints. We do have to remind sign owners all the time that there are certain things under the code that are prohibited. I mean, they can't flash messages, graphics, or letters, which is faster than 5 seconds. They can't use scrolling. They can't use the bijou lights or the scrolling lights around the outside of the signs. So there's a lot of reminding that has to go on. And then sometimes You'll see a violation that's just completely over the top. You go and the officer goes the next day and it's like, poof, it's gone. It's like, well, the sign's behaving today. Who was operating the sign yesterday? So it's a little difficult.
Okay, other council input. Again, the immediate issue is the 6-second proposed change rule for static signs. Councilmember, I recognized Councilmember Purington before, and then Councilmember Neese. Councilmember Purington waves, so Councilmember Neese.
Thank you, Mayor. Hey, Nicole, just to clarify, the EMDs, that's not just the signs that display the letters that you see on a smaller signs, but these are these big 6 by 4 foot LED signs that you see car driven by, bank advertising auto loan. So the car flashes up and the guy gets in and drives away in his new car or something like that. I mean, that's what you're talking about here, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Those signs.
As I drove down Sunday down Central Avenue, I mean, I think 95% of those signs are going to be in violation of this new code. Maybe even than that. I mean, I saw an open sign on a business flashing. So that would be no longer allowed.
Well, flashing isn't allowed now.
Okay, so normally I don't look for these kind of things, but I decided I'm going to pay attention as I drive down the road and see really what these different signs are. I was really surprised to see all the different movement of the signs that I typically just ignore. So I guess I'm not a slave to advertising, but I was surprised to see that. So you're saying that all of these people who've invested in these huge dollars in these signs to provide, different advertising are no longer going to be able to use them to the fullest extent because it's got to be up there 6 seconds. And then it has to go away and swoop to another 6 seconds. Is that kind of what we're talking about? And they no longer,
right. And some of what you saw on Central Avenue is already illegal under the code. So twirling numbers, exploding fireworks, full frame animation that looks just like something you'd see on TV. All of those are not allowed under the current operational standards for EMD, even though we allow, quote unquote, some animation on those signs. This would just say, okay, all of that, you can still have your message, but it has to be developed and displayed as one piece of information at a time. And you have to hold it for this long, and then you can change to the next message on your sign without flashing, scrolling, showing video, or any of those other things. So, yes, the operational standards for existing EMDs outside of downtown and the downtown support districts are proposed to be changed.
So we're not enforcing the current code, and we're going to change it to a more restrictive code. How are we going to then, what are we going to do now for enforcing this new code that we're not enforcing now? So it almost seems to me that if we're not enforcing the current code, why are we changing the code to be more restrictive?
Well, the current code unfortunately allows some animation effects, but not the whole suite of animation effects. But nobody knows what those are except for other sign owners. And they typically turn each other in. It's like so-and-so is doing this or so-and-so is doing that. And so we deal with that. It's very easy to tell whether something is scrolling or moving or flashing or doing something on a sign as opposed to, is that allowed? How many frames a second was that? And is that, okay, that was 5 seconds just now to change to that new graphic. Now I have to sit here and wait 5 more seconds to see whether or not that code is being violated. So it's it's easier to enforce a no animation rule at all and a hold time for a sign message than it is to try and figure out whether or not certain animations are legal or not. So,
okay, I think we got that. Thank you. It's just easier to enforce. One thing I'll just point out is this is something that will be easier to change that dial. A lot of these requirements, we're talking about changing the structure of a building, which is a big deal. What's kind of nice about this is these signs can go either way if we want to make a change in the near future, up, down, or backwards. We do need to get some kind of clarity on this and then try to move on. Councilmember Ewald.
Thank you, Mayor. I kind of agree with Councilmember Brown again he says we don't want to get bigger signs, so why would we want them to change the small ones? So I think if we would okay a single row script sign for 3 seconds, like the gal called in last work session, I think there would be nothing wrong with that. And it isn't that hard to differentiate a single row script sign from these other bigger ones. And if they have to go 6 seconds, they're not going to get their message across. Like she said, I think she said that she needed 3 frames to get her message across. That's 18 seconds. So you're by it before you get to read it. And then if I can have a follow-up, Mayor.
Please go ahead.
Okay. Nicole, you probably know better than anybody how tough it is to enforce code enforcement. And just like you just got done mentioning about the signs, how many more FTEs is the city going to have to hire for all these new codes that we're going to get to enforce them? We hear this all the time. I call code enforcement, nothing gets done. They're too busy. We can't get them out here. So you already says they're not enforcing the sign codes now. So now if we're going to make it more restrictive, how many more FTEs are we going to have to hire to get this code enforcement completed?
well, I will tell you that all of our code enforcement now is complaint-based. There are certain parts of the code that we enforce for signage. When somebody puts a sign in our public right-of-way, we go and pick it up and tell them that we've taken their sign because it was in the public right-of-way. It's not that we don't enforce the sign code, that we respond to complaints about sign code. The switching to a more proactive enforcement model, which is what we've heard from our community they would like to have. And I'm interested to hear from you who says that code enforcement is non-responsive, because I'd really like to ask my staff about that. But we would have to have more code enforcement staff to be proactive. And we've kind of presented that to you before the pandemic and public safety mill levy discussions that we were having over a year ago. So yes, we could always use more hands to help. I won't deny that. This code, our current zoning code, is enforced by code enforcement, and this new code will be enforced by code enforcement. Our most popular part of the current zoning code for enforcement is open storage of trash, junk, and debris, and junk vehicles. I expect the same popularity will continue forward in the new zoning code on open storage of trash, junk, debris, and junk vehicles. So it's still in the zoning. We'll still be enforcing that part of the zoning code. We're working on staff training now and getting people familiar with the new zoning. So I expect that, if we have complaints or concerns on the new code, we'll handle those as well.
Nicole, I want to give Chris Culte a chance to talk or whatever he wanted to address, including on staffing. But would you go back to Councilor Rewalt's suggestion of allowing the proposed 6-second rule as the base rule but making an exception for anything that was a single row of script and letting that go down to 3 seconds. Is that doable? Is that doable?
I don't know, because most of these signs, the technology that runs them could make it 2 rows, 1 row, 3 rows. They have the ability to do that no matter the size of the sign with the technology. A lot of them do the single row because it's more effective. It gets you a larger letter size. It's more visible from a distance. But they could do 2 rows instead of 1. I think that it would have to be a uniform hold time, I think, across the board for us to have a chance of enforcing it.
So we're not talking about prohibiting. So you're just saying, I'm not sure I understand your point. If it's easy to change it to 1, 2, or 3, they could just make the choice. But are you saying that from day to day they might change it and you wouldn't know what they're doing, so you'd have to go out and see what was happening? Okay.
Right. So if it's a 3-second hold time that the council wants to set, then we can enforce that. If you want to do 6, we can enforce that. But trying to differentiate that based on the size of the sign or how many rows of script they can fit on the sign would be
I just want to
difficult.
I'm sorry. I don't think he was talking about how many they could fit, but are actually there. So if you go out there and it is a single row, they've got 3 seconds. It's either compliant or not, but not based on the capability of the machine, but what they're actually displaying. Does that change your thinking?
Only insofar that, they might have to sit there for half an hour and see if they go 3 seconds on 2 rows of script. It's like, aha, there's a violation. It's like, because these signs are so changeable, it's hard for to make a variable or very situational code for each type or each size of sign or each location of sign.
Okay,
so that's.
Chris,
So I would
just say something that we can come back, Councilor Ewell, in case you had to clarify something on his.
Simplicity makes it easier to comply with rules, and simplicity makes it easier to enforce rules. So whatever you do, keep it simple. Thank you.
Okay, Councilor Ewell, did you want to follow up on your point, Councilor Bernice?
Yes, it's if they can do a 2 or 3 row, they can do anything just like hackers can do on your computer. You'd have to be sitting out there watching their sign. That's the only way you're going to catch them. They can hire these people to put anything on that sign they want, and if you're not sitting there watching it, you're not going to find out what's going on. Is that not true?
Right. We have to verify that a violation has occurred. We have to witness it just like we do any other code violation. So keeping it simple helps the officer know when a violation has occurred.
Councilor Bernice and Councilor Boyette.
Thank you, Mayor. I guess I'll speak to I think that we should lower it to 3 seconds just straight across the board. That's my recommendation. I think when I was driving down Central, they were 1 second or less. So they are going to be slower. 6 seconds just seems to be too long to me. I think we're going to get a lot of complaints from some of the businesses. 3 seconds, it still may be a little long, but I think we should start there. And if we have to work up, we work up. If we work down, we work down. But that's what I recommend.
Okay, Councilor Boyette and Councilor Brown.
This is one of the reasons we needed to redo our zoning, because 1972, these machines didn't even exist. I agree that let's make it simple, keep it simple for enforcement as well as the customer. Do it at 3 seconds. A year or 2 years from now, if it doesn't work, then we'll come back again. But let's keep it simple.
Councilor Brown.
Thank you, Mayor. Everybody knows that I'm a softy people pleaser, so I'm going to pander a bit here. Nicole, what would be the effect if you went 4.5 rather than the 6 or the 3?
A more expensive stopwatch.
Okay, I think we could probably handle the stopwatch cost.
Maybe it's on their smartphones. I'd have to ask them.
I guess seriously,
it's on all of our phones.
Would that make it affect either way? Or is that just simply me being a nice guy?
I think a round number is better.
Okay, 10-4.
Nicole, have we had any complaints about the 6-second hold time other than from the one bank? Was it Western Security?
No, we have not.
So at this point, that is the only complaint. Okay.
Right. Or concern expressed about the hold time.
Gotcha. Councilmember Ronning?
But as I said, it's a policy discussion for the council.
Sure. Councilmember Ronning?
Thank you. So Nicole, so we may not have gotten complaints on the six seconds. Have we gotten a lot of public input that says, yes, I need the 6 seconds, or would 3 seconds, would a number of these sign people that have those animated signs, would it be a big deal for them? I mean, they can still do 6 seconds right under this. It's just that
the minimum hold time.
The minimum hold time would be 3. They could still operate with the number of seconds they're working with now if it's over 3 seconds, right?
Right. So, like, I sat and watched the Holiday Station EMD sign the other day while I was stuck at a traffic light, and they were holding at 6 seconds and then changing and then holding for 6 seconds. So, I mean, I think it really, it depends on the business. 6 seconds seemed like a long time while I was sitting there. Maybe it's because I was impatient in traffic, but.
But those that, I guess, just so I can get it in my mind again, if we do the 3 seconds, which I will share, I'm in support of also, those that are still doing it longer, they can continue to do it longer.
Yes.
All right. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Okay. Thank you.
Councilor Tricky, did you have your hand up? I saw somebody else there. Okay. Sure. I'll just comment. My own concern is these things are easier to liberalize than they are to make more strict. I suspect politically. So I have some concern about trying to come back in a year or two and say, oh, we made a mistake, we're going to make it stricter. It's probably a lot easier. Right. Nobody's going to really object if you give them more options. So that would be a concern I would have.
Well, it's likely that we will have a period of time where we start notifying EMD sign owners of the new code and how they need to operate their signs. So you may hear about it at the 4-month report time from planning to the council after adoption.
Oh, okay. Other questions or comments here? Councilor Tricky.
Yeah, so I'm going to hold it 6 seconds at this point. I want to remind people that the real reason we're talking about 6 seconds isn't the smaller signs with just a little bit of text running across it. It's the larger signs, like the signs that are sitting at casinos right now and places like that, that are much more visual, that are much more larger and take up a larger part of your perceptual area there. Honestly, if you stop and you think about how we're actually enforcing this stuff like that, I really don't see, a bank with a zipper sign of just some text coming in there saying, we're giving away free cookies today, that anyone's ever going to call in and complain about their signs. But I am concerned that we're going to make it easier for these really big, flashy signs to be much more distracting. And I can't support that at this point, not without at least seeing how this works. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That actually reflects my views as well. Other questions or comments? Do we want to have a vote on this, or how do you want to proceed before we move to the next topic? Just remind us, Nicole, what is your next topic?
We're still on signs. We have 2 more sign policy questions, and that's it.
Okay, and just a reminder for council, we're at 9 o'clock. We do still have to have a public hearing. In my fantasy world, I was just going to open it up for other general questions. I'm not sure we're going to get to that tonight. And we do have a third item that'll be fairly short, but Councilmember Tricky also has an initiative tonight, correct, Councilmember Tricky? So that will take some additional time as well. Councilmember Ewald.
Thank you, Mayor. I think Nicole's looking for some direction here. And so the motion was made for 3 seconds and it's been seconded. So maybe we should just take a straw vote on it and see how it turns out.
Okay, I don't have that in my notes. There actually was a motion. Was there a motion for 3 seconds? I don't think there was, but if somebody wants to make a motion either way, 3 or 6, unless I got that wrong, we'll do that. Councilmember Ewald?
Okay, I'll move that we go to 3 seconds.
Thank you very much. And is there a second? Councilmember Neese. Okay, again, this will be for direction for staff, for any member of the public who's watching. This isn't a binding vote, but it's a way to move on here. Councilmember, okay, so discussion now on that motion. Councilmember Joy.
Thank you. I will be supporting changing it down to 3 seconds. I've had some very, very significant feedback from the public, from constituents, even from out-of-town visitors who were not enamored with the way our signs work in the city. Their impression was that this must be a very loud city, that we're not careful or uniform about what we do. And so I will not support this. Too much constituent feedback that says, do something about the signs. So I won't support it.
Thank you very much. Other discussion on the motion? Councilmember Brown.
Just a clarification. So we're voting on moving it to 3 seconds. If that doesn't pass, it stays at 6 seconds and we just move on, right?
That's my understanding.
Okay, thank you.
Staff recommendation is 6, so this would give that direction alternately to the staff to change that to 3 seconds. My personal comments are I'm very concerned about the impact visually on places like Grand Avenue of our casino signs. So back to Councilor Tricky's point, hopefully we find a way to mollify Western Security Bank, but the bigger concern here are those large signs. I saw some other hands on the Councilmember Neese.
Thank you, Mayor, and I'll support the motion. But if it does pass, it doesn't mean that when we go to do the recode in 2 weeks, 4 weeks, whatever it may be, it couldn't change again. I think this is going to be one of those things where, similar to some of the residential codes we saw, I'll reach out to some businesses as well to talk to them about the signs. Maybe Q2 or Gazette will put this in the paper, and business owners will see this, and then suddenly we'll get some calls. But every person I've talked to thought that was too slow for them, and they thought it more reasonable that 3 to 4 second range in there would be a better fit for them. So I'll support this. Thank you.
Okay, other discussion on the motion? Okay, we'll proceed to a vote. Oh, Councilmember Ronnie? I see your movement.
Yeah, thank you. I understand what you're all saying about the bigger signs, but I think that the investment in these signs is still about wanting to get messaging to customers. So I think that they're still going to want their messaging to be readable, and that they're going to have their the movement on their signs, especially if it's they're having word messaging. I think they're still going to want people to be able to read it. So depending upon if it's, again, for driving traffic, I think they're going to, just my own personal opinion is I think they're going to want to have it be a little bit slower so people driving can read it, not speed reading it. But just my thought.
Thank you very much. Any other discussion on the motion? If not, we'll move ahead with the vote on the motion, which again is to direct staff to the 3 second instead of the 6 second static hold time. All in favor of that motion, please raise your hand. Voting in favor are council members Boyette, Ewald, Yakowicz, Ronning, Neese, and Purington. Those voting against, please raise your hand. Voting against, council members Cole, Joy, Shaw, Brown, and I believe that then and Shrieky. So the motion passes 6-5 by my vote. So that is the direction to staff for the time being. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Back to Nicole for more signs.
Okay. Hold on. I'm going to share my screen again. Okay. And so the next discussion that we had last week was regarding the height limits of signs in the proposed sign code. In most commercial zone districts, for a freestanding sign, a 25-foot height limit is proposed. Billboards can be taller where they're allowed. They can go to 35 feet. And signs within 660 feet of the edge of the interstate right-of-way can be up to 40 feet in height. We did have significant discussion on sign height and the effect on drivers and commercial corridors. Sign height, the taller you go, the larger the sign has to be so it can be seen from a greater distance. Signs that are tall are not meant to be read by a passing motorist in close proximity to that sign. One, because at a certain point, the driver can no longer see the top of the sign, cannot be read any longer. These signs that are taller are typically used when they are on high speed or highway speed properties. So they're trying to locate, give people a visual cue that there's something here that they need to slow down, get off the interstate, and go to that business. They're not as effective on a local commercial corridor because they are too tall to be read at an intersection. So the 25-foot height limit allows distance visibility without making the sign so large that it's overpowers the rest of the buildings or the street. We will be measuring sign height from the crown of the adjacent road. So if a property sits lower than the street, we don't start counting the height of the sign until they get to the crown of that road. So, it could be 6 or 8 feet lower than the crown of the adjacent road. We still allow the sign to be 25 feet above that road height. So that's the essentials of sign height and why the 25-foot maximum was chosen. Our current code has a bunch of different sign heights. It really, because we have so many sign codes, we have sizes. We could go into 30 feet in most commercial districts. We do have a 50-foot sign height limit within 660 feet of the edge of the interstate, but only if you're in a highway commercial zone, not in any other zone. Let's see. We have, there's just so many different sign heights that there's no good comparison, apples to apples, because we're going from apple, orange, banana, pineapple to an apple. It's like, this is the sign height. And then if you're within 660 feet of the edge of the interstate, you can go up to 40 feet. As part of that discussion, I believe we were talking about the Zoo Drive from the interstate to where it intersects with Shiloh Road that currently allows a 40-foot sign height, whether or not you wanted to continue that. That's a policy discussion. If you ever drive on Zoo Drive, there is a new sign there. The Honda dealership took down a lower sign that they had on Pierce Parkway and put a 40-foot sign up at the signalized intersection. If you're sitting in your car at that intersection, you cannot see the top of that sign where the Honda logo is. It's really meant to be a locator sign from the interstate as people are sitting at the overpass or coming off the interstate. So that's the basic discussions there. The final sign topic for this evening is sign size limits. So our proposed code allows variable sizes of sign based on the zone district, the number of tenants in a commercial property, and the length of the street frontage. So the more tenants you have, the larger sign you can have. The longer the street frontage you have, the bigger the sign you can have. So our existing codes, as I said, has maximums all over the place. Most of the commercial zones have 175 square feet, but you get 400 square feet for a shopping center. You only get 32 square feet if you're a church, a school, or in a residential professional zone. You could get 50 square feet or 200 square feet in the Shiloh Overlay District, depending on where you're at. And then but it's only 50 square feet on South 27th, and then 175 square feet in the medical corridor, but only if you're a medical use. If you're not a medical use, you get 50. So it's all over the place. Again, we're going from apples, oranges, bananas, pineapples, coconuts to let's look at the zoning that you're in, the number of tenants you have to serve, and the length of street frontage where your sign has to be posted. So I think we've got the sign size at the right place, and I think we have the height limit at the right place, but I'd be willing to take any of your questions.
Okay, thank you very much. Questions for Nicole, Councilmember Purington. Councilmember Purington, you are muted.
Okay, sorry about that. So, Nicole, when you were talking that very last bit about changing what the current code is and how it would change it, how is that going to affect those people that have those signs already in place? And then
They
I
will
have
become non-conforming signs.
And so they just keep those then?
They keep those. We have two levels of nonconformity in the proposed code. One is a minor nonconforming sign, and if you're within 20% of the new requirement, then you get to do more things with your sign. Then if you're a major nonconformity and you're more than 20% out of compliance with the proposed code, then there's more restrictions.
So follow up, Mr. Mayor.
Please.
So the 660 feet off the interstate. So we were talking about the property there at Gable, Shiloh, and Zoo Drive. How far is that? I mean, I don't know where on that property that sign was going to go. I suppose you do.
More than 1,200 feet from
that was
the edge of the right of way to the corner, the closest corner of their property.
Okay, and then one last question, Mr. Mayor.
Please.
What is the size of those billboards down? Like, well, I guess all of the billboards are pretty much the same height, except the ones that go over the overpass, over Old Laurel or Old Hardin Highway. But the ones down Grand, I think there's some on Central. How tall are those?
Some of them are non-conforming to the height. Some are conforming. Most of them are not in the right zone district. They're not far enough away from a residential zone under our current code. So these are all legally non-conforming billboard signs. They're generally about 272 square feet. Some of them are larger at 384. There are some standard sizes that they use. The largest ones, which they use along the interstate, are about 576 square feet. So the size of a two-car garage floor put up vertically. So, I mean, they're very large, but they have to be because they're trying to be legible from people who are driving 80 miles an hour on an interstate freeway. So they have to have larger signs. Smaller signs are appropriate on local commercial streets. So every time we change the sign code, we have 7 sign codes now. Every time we've changed the sign code in the last 50 years, some signs become non-conforming because they met the old code, but the new code is different. So we have, very specifically in this code, we said some signs that are non-conforming are okay because they're close to conforming, and we're going to allow them to have more ability to change that sign, fix that sign, repair that sign. For signs that have major nonconformities, those would have to pretty much stay as they are. You can change out the sign face if you want to, but if you do anything else to the sign, then you'd have to bring it into conformance with the new code.
Councilmember Boyette.
Thank you, Mayor. Nicole, the Shiloh corridor, they're pretty restrictive, the sign size. Is that going to be more restrictive than the one that you're proposing now, or less, or equal to it? Can you comment on that?
Well, as I said, the Shiloh corridor can require a sign as small as 50 square feet on a commercial property, but it could be as large as 200 square feet. The proposed code also allows larger signs if you have more tenants. You could go up to 200 square feet. If you have 6 tenants and you have at least 100 feet of street frontage. If you have more street frontage, you start at a larger base and then you add more square footage for your tenants. So you could get larger signs. So it's really, we tried to make the context more specific for larger signs. So you have to, basically have a property where the need for a larger sign is, we can fix that. We can say that's the criteria and you can have a larger sign when that's the case.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Ewald.
Thank you, Mayor. Nicole, on that Zoo Drive and Gable Road intersection, if somebody's going to put a sign on that Rigger property, which crown of the road do you use? You use Gable Road, which probably drops about 6 feet off of Zoo Drive within maybe 150 feet in elevation, or do they get to pick which crown of the road they want to use for their measurement?
Well, depending on how it's situated, if it's right at the corner, we would probably use the crown of the intersection where the right-of-ways meet. If it's further west on Zoo Drive, then we would use Zoo Drive. If it's further north on Gable, we would use Gable. Okay. So it really depends on the exact location of where that sign would go to where we measure to.
And that would be, on the new code, it would be 25 feet plus the crown of the road over the location of the sign. Is that true?
Right. Yep.
In the old code, the deal he's got would be 40 feet. Is that still measured from the crown of the road, or is that measured from the side of the sign?
It's measured from the crown of the road in the Shiloh overlay. That's not the case in the other parts of the sign codes.
All righty. Thank you very much.
Nicole, that Honda sign is pretty much across the street from the southeast corner of the Rieger property. Is that southeast corner of the Rieger property definitely outside the 660 feet?
Right.
So how far about,
Well, it's about 500 feet outside of the 660 feet because the Honda property, the corner, the very southeast corner of the Honda property is just barely within 660 feet of the interstate right-of-way.
I see. So if any part of the parcel is within that 660 feet, that special permission allows you to put a sign anywhere on that parcel. Just
right.
You don't measure to the sign, you measure to the closest part of that parcel,
right.
Which might be a huge parcel.
Right. Could be.
Okay. Gotcha. Okay. I'm sorry, there was another hand up there somewhere. Councilmember Brown. And then Councilmember Neese.
Nicole, I have a question and then a comment I'll make real quick. I go to Laurel quite often, and that particular part of the interstate, when you're going toward Laurel, is blocked off by the overpass. So you don't even see that area back there. And then you've got Pierce and, the new office products and the 2 car lots and everything else. So although I certainly empathize, with the Riegers, they wanted a 40-foot sign. I don't know that really would do any good as far as from the interstate. The question, Nicole, is where does the 660 feet come from? You explained last time that you're measuring that from further down than the interstate. It's actually down off of the overpass just a bit, but the 660 feet might help to know where that comes from.
Okay, that is actually it's the jurisdictional area that the state Montana Department of Transportation exerts on either side of the interstate for outdoor advertising purposes. We have used the same area to say, okay, in this area, you can do a taller sign. And the reason for that is because people are trying to reach folks on the interstate. So it may not be physically possible in some locations just because of overpasses and distances and things like that occur. But, that was the reasoning. It's like, well, it seems like a pretty good set distance and let's use that. It's also 1/8 of a mile.
Okay, thank you very much. Councilmember Trickey, but I noticed, Councilmember Neese and then Councilmember Trickey.
Thank you, Mayor. Nicole, just real quick, regarding the Rieger property, I know it was a special agreement, I guess, given to him in the Shiloh overlay agreement. So earlier tonight, we talked about SIDs, and you can't change the SIDs, those agreements between the property owners and the city. Is this under the same type, or I don't know if the city attorney is available that can comment on this, or if he knows about this, but is this agreement similar to that, where we're now changing something of the Riegers that they had specially put into the Shiloh overlay?
Well, the code was developed with their input, certainly, along with many other property owners down there in the South Shiloh corridor. I don't recall clearly because I wasn't involved in that particular zoning decision directly, but yeah, that was one of the things that they insisted on having in there, is to extend that taller sign area from the interstate all the way along Zoo Drive to Shiloh Road. It applies equally to all property owners right now. So it's not a special agreement. It's not a contract that the city entered into with Mr. Rieger. You adopted it as a legislative policy for the Shiloh Overlay District to allow those taller signs.
Okay. And so, Mayor, can I have a follow-up question with Mr. Brooks on that then?
Sure.
Brent, so how different is it when the city approves that agreement on a SIA as far as how you develop that property, and then with a overlay where we're also agreeing with the property owners how they were to develop that property? Does, in this case, when we're wiping out with this new recode, the Shiloh Overlay District, is there anything that we have to be aware of and agreements that we've agreed with these other property owners that we have to continue to honor, like we had, we have to with some of the other ones in that fourth filing of the SIA with no sidewalks?
Your Honor, and Council and Councilmember Neese, obviously there's a distinction here between the Shiloh Overlay District, which would be in essence legislative, versus an SIA that's contractual in nature. I'd be happy to send out a brief memo along with Nicole on this issue. But I think in order for us to backtrack on the history, it'd be important for you folks to know what that is. But certainly, I think the important thing is we do have the Shiloh Overlay District. Everybody is created or treated equally. And I don't think at this point we have enough background information to give you everything you need. So what I would suggest is that Nicole and I work on a brief memo to give you the history of that area of the Shiloh overlay, and then give you a memo within the next day or two.
Okay, so the key difference is one is legislative, the other is contractual.
Yes, that is correct.
Okay, thank you very much for clarifying that.
And just to make the comment, if anybody thinks that we now have a contract with Western Security Bank, that we will not change the 3 seconds back to 6 second.
No.
I hope you do not think that.
You're in council. No. If you have an SIA, that is a contract just like your regular SIAs with your subdivision plats. That is a binding contractual agreement enforceable by either party. So no, we are not. You are not creating a contractually binding agreement with the Western or federal security.
Okay, whatever the bank was, I appreciate it. Okay, other Councilor Tricky.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that I'm fine with the sign heights and the sign sizes at this point. Obviously, we don't know where this is going to end up in long term, but I would make 2 comments. We've had a lot of people talk about signs being a problem and a distraction and not an attractive addition to our city. And this is an attempt to try to rein that in somewhat. And the other thing I want to say is that one of the reasons cities end up in situations like we do right now is that when you allow businesses to use signs to compete with the passerbyers for their attention, then what you end up with is bigger signs, flashier signs, more animation and all that type of stuff, because they're trying to grab your attention. It is just as easy for people to find businesses if all the signs are exactly the same. When was the last time you were on the interstate and you were driving by and you saw that highway sign that told you what food was available at the next stop and what gas stations and lodging were available at the next stop? Those are not large signs. They are consistent signs. And when signage is consistent throughout an area, that is what makes it a lot easier for people to actually find things that are on there, as opposed to, advertising and trying to grab your attention so you pay attention. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm not hearing any other consensus to the contrary. Nicole, maybe we should move on. Do you still have more?
No, I do not. I have completed my presentation for you this evening. I have my directions from you and ready for any other questions.
Okay, thank you. Just a reminder, we do have a public hearing and we may have processing of public comments after the public hearing. So I do think we ought to move to opening public hearing very soon. Councilmember Ewald.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a couple quick questions, Nicole.
Sure.
There's subdivisions that are not completely built around town in the city. If they do not have their building permit purchased and ready to go, and this new zoning goes into effect, that is the zoning they have to build on that property on, or is it a predetermined idea that they can build as they've been building forever?
Right. So I believe it's in section 27-100 that we talk about existing approvals. One of those obviously is building permit. The other one is master site plans. And that would be for places that are patio homes or unit ownerships and they have a certain layout they're going to pursue. Those are considered approvals and entitlements. But if you just have a subdivision lot that you have not pulled a permit on, then whatever the code requirements are for that zone district would apply to any new building permits after the effective date of the zoning.
Okay, so if it's been laid out and planned already, then that they can continue to build what they were building. Is that right?
If it's done through a master site plan approval, yes.
Okay. And then my other question I have for you is your NX1s, NX2s, and NX3s. Without any alleys anymore in subdivisions, how are we going to get people to their back side of their house to get into their garages?
Well, I believe in the code, see if I can find it. We have some diagrams in there of possible lot layouts in each one of those zone districts. And we have location of driveway that allows a driveway to come off an alley, a side street, or front street if there's no side street. So you can definitely still have a driveway. So the diagrams for the NX2 and NX3 show a couple of different ways to get in there. It doesn't show you the front driveway, which we can certainly add that diagram there if you would like to see it, but it shows different ways to access the car parking for the NX2 and NX3, whether that's side street or rear yard or alleys. Like I said, we don't have the diagram on the charts yet for the front load driveway to access the rear of the property for car parking, but we could certainly put one on there.
So if you had a 5 foot or 8 foot side setback, you would not be able to get back in there because.
Right, you would have to have a wide enough space to put a driveway in, yep.
Okay.
Just like you do now.
No, because now you park in the front of your structure.
That's one design.
Or you have an alley that you come in from and park behind. But new subdivisions anymore do not have alleyways because all your utilities are now put in the street in front of the house, including cable TV and electrical and gas and everything. All that stuff is in front of the house now. There's nothing run in the back of the lots in all the subdivisions. Is that not true?
Well, I would say, yeah, I mean, if you're the way they platted subdivisions, there's nothing to prevent a property owner or developer from platting a grid of streets that have alleys that separate the streets and putting in the utilities there. Now, of course, there are certain private utilities that don't want to be in the alley and they want to be in the front. That's fine. But if you want to plat an alley, you can certainly do so. If you don't want to plat an alley, you can also put in a driveway from the street front to come around the back of the building to access the parking.
So that becomes a fairly lengthy driveway, and that just adds to the expense, which makes it so it's affordable housing just goes out of reach. That's just one more added expense. If you can park a garage in the front, you have a way shorter driveway. Concrete's pretty expensive. I know, I work with it, and it's not cheap, and the price just keeps going up. So it's we always hear about affordable housing, and so that just kind of puts a ding in the affordable housing part of it. Now I can see in the NX3s where you're going to have multi-story big buildings. That would fall under a completely different thing than just having like in the NX1 where it's a fourplex or a duplex. And you can do both of them in the NX1. But that becomes way more cost prohibitive by having to do that, doesn't it?
Well, we could actually ask our engineering division to run some numbers on how much asphalt or concrete it takes to do it either way.
So Nicole, on that, that might be a good idea. Councilmember Ewalt, I assume you'd be interested in that number if it's possible. Nicole, do the width requirements for the lot take into account the need for a side driveway, which would add about, I'm guessing, 10 feet of width minimum with a, say, 5-foot side setback? You can't start a building for at least 15 feet using that example. So that requires a wider width for the same house. Has that been taken into account or not?
I believe we did when we looked at those specific requirements for these very basic forms. But obviously when we have our drawings from our consultant later this week, you can see how these would lay out specifically for the 2-unit buildings, and we can certainly take a look at that. I mean, there are minimum lot widths. There are some maximum lot widths in 2 of the N districts, and I think in the NX districts as well, because these are form oriented towards walkable, people-friendly neighborhoods. So we can certainly come back to you with more information on that.
Okay, thank you very much. I do think we should move to our public hearing. Councilmember Purington, final word before we open up for public hearing. Anybody who is ready to be heard on this, please be prepared to call 237-6196. In fact, you might as well call that now. We'll put you in a queue and get you to you as quickly as we can. 237-6196. Councilmember Purington?
I just wondered, Nicole, within that 27, 1,000, I think it was, where are the diagrams? I did not see those. Do you have a number for those?
The diagrams are in 27,300, and they're for each one of the districts.
Okay.
And it lays out some samples of sites.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Let's open it up for public comment then. This is your public hearing on item number 2, the recode. We've covered a lot we haven't covered. You should feel free to address anything related to Project Recode. That number 237-6196, please call it now. We'll ask you to keep your comments to 3 minutes or less. Tell us your name and your address. And as I've said before, please turn off your television or your computer because our meeting is actually about a minute ahead of what you're hearing. It'll be very confusing if you're hearing something out of the phone and something else out of your screen. So,
hello, and thank you for your call. You have reached the public comment period for tonight's City Council meeting. You will have 3 minutes in which to give your comment. May I have your name and address, please?
Sheena Durant, and I live in Box Elder, Montana.
Okay, and what are you calling about?
I was calling about, I guess, what is being done about body cam footage for officers? I guess, what's the law on it? I am in support of.
Can you hold on just a moment?
I want to put that out there,
ma'am.
I guess what's being done to. Hello.
That we are actually on the public hearing for Project Recode right now. If you wish to speak of something not on the agenda, you would need to call back after this item is concluded. So we're still on item 2.
Sorry about that.
Okay, thank you.
thank you. Do please feel free to call if you'd like to comment or on anything related to item number 2, which is Project Recode, the zoning code rewrite, at number 237-6196. Randy Hafer, who is co-chair of our urban working group, I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, has joined us. I'm going to turn it over to Randy for his comments, if I may. So, Randy, welcome.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Randy Hafer. I am a member of the consultant team that has been working on this project for the last 3 years. I could probably go on all night, but I just wanted to respond to a few particular things. Councilman Ewalt, the issue about the driveway issue that you just had mentioned, we just recently completed an office building in Bozeman, Montana, which did not have this parking requirement. In fact, generally the parking was required to be in front of the building, but we convinced the owner to put the parking in the back of the building because we wanted to move the building up to the street. Now, there's still a substantial setback, but we were able to do that, added very little to the cost, and it made the building now suddenly the most important building on the street. In this case, with the N1, N2, all of these buildings, the buildings are moving closer to the street. So we may be adding, the configuration certainly is going to change, but we're not having to add that much additional surface area to get to the backs of the buildings, even if you come in from the street. And it really changes the appearance and character of the buildings on the street when they're closer to the street. Makes a big difference. I would also like to just address a comment that was made a few times early on about the market and how the market is somehow omniscient, which is really not true. And two examples that I'd like to point out in terms of, people only, developers build what the market wants. I can tell you the answer is that the builders build what they want, and that becomes the market, and so the buyers buy what's available. If there aren't choices, they're not going to ask for it. There's no process to do that. And the perfect example I can give you is, again, a personal example that we built the first downtown loft apartments at 500 miles in any direction, so they did not exist. And people would say to me, well, why are you doing that? There's no market for it. Well, the problem wasn't there was no market for loft apartments. The problem was there were no loft apartments. And so everyone that's been built in downtown, including ours, which were the first ones, and we were also on the south side of the track, so we had all these things stacked against us, but we filled those up as soon as we built them. So we look for those opportunities, frankly, for what the market doesn't provide, and provide it. If we know that it's worked in other places, if we know that it's just a good idea, we can do those things. So this idea that somehow this market knows anything, it doesn't. They build what they know, and when we're an isolated, relatively small market, a long way away from other places, and so the buying community here doesn't even see other options. So that's, I think, not a real issue, and frankly, it's also a design concern, and design problems can be solved. There are other ways to design duplexes, there are other ways to design all these buildings. The code goes back to what Nicole talked about in the very beginning. It's a response to the growth policy, which was an extensive process that really was an opportunity for the community to reflect on what they'd like to see, not what they are seeing. It's not about how can we perpetuate what we're doing. It's about how do we want the community to develop over time to become something that's better than what we have. So I think that's really important. And then the last point I want to make is on the PNDs, Nicole, where you talked about the PIC 2, but with no ratios at all. Personally, I think that's mistaken. Somebody did point out if you wanted to do an M3 and 99% of a neighborhood PND that you could throw one of the others in on one lot and that would be okay. I think that's a mistake. The whole point is to create mixed neighborhoods. So I would suggest that there should be at least an 80-20 split on the PIC 2, or maybe 70-30, but something that allows that tool to do what it's intended to do, which is to create a mix of residential types within any given area. So thank you all very much.
Thank you. Appreciate it, Randy. Appreciate your service. Don't go away over the next X number of weeks, because I'm sure we'll have lots of needs for further input. Tony, do we have other callers to 237-6196, or are there other people on the screen here? I do want to recognize our consultant, Elizabeth Garvin. And Elizabeth, you've come a long ways to get on this call, and I don't want to cut you out if you had anything. You've been listening there patiently now for many hours. So this is an opportunity for you to chime in if you'd like to.
Thank you, Mayor Cole. No, I appreciate everybody's thoughtfulness and comments this evening, and am always amazed by Nicole's recall and her ability to pull this stuff out. I'm double checking the draft code as she's pulling it off the top of her head, and I'm just impressed by what everybody's doing this evening. So thank you.
Thank you. Other comment, Dave Goodrich, you opened up your screen. Is that because you'd like to chat?
Yeah, good evening, Mayor, Council. Thanks for, hopefully I'm coming across okay. I think the city of Billings has a vision problem. It has had a vision problem for as long as I've kind of been paying attention. And Recode is applying some vision. There's predictability. There's some planning. There's some, and it's building upon the already adopted growth policy. And if we're in a situation where we're not applying vision, there's this lack of vision that I see, and what Recode fills. It feels to me like if there's not another vision that's being applied, okay, let's work on what we've got here and modify it if we need to. I said last week, I think when I called in, that if there's something within this product that needs to be changed, let's change it. I've heard you guys have good conversation. I've been listening all night. And there's some things that maybe need to be discussed. And if we pump the brakes a little bit, let's be sure we get a good product. But I was really discouraged at the beginning of this when, we were just picking apart why are we doing this? And I just felt like, oh, here we go. Let's tear apart an idea, a vision that somebody and I would like to build on what Wyatt said. I stood in front of city council 3 years ago and said, Recode is what is being designed by your community. Planning, staff, they're here to help us figure out how to cross the T's and dot the I's. But these working groups, the steering group that I was a chair of, we're the ones that are driving this, trying to figure out how to build something better. And because this is what we have right now, let's not pick it apart. Let's not tear it apart and to just slow it down if there's something that needs to be fixed, great. But just to slow it down because somebody doesn't like it, I think would do our city a huge disservice. So thanks for the dialogue. Thanks for letting me vent a little bit, and let's keep it going.
Thank you very much. Other comments? Nicole, do we have anybody, or I'm sorry, Tony, do we have anyone who's called 237-6196, 237-6196?
I do. Thank you for calling. You have 3 minutes in which to give your comment. May I have your name and address, please?
Tom Zerba, 1747 Wicks Lane.
Go ahead, Tom.
A number of years ago, myself and a number of my neighbors, consisting of about 4 city blocks in length on the north side of Wicks Lane, decided we didn't like the zoning that the city had given us when we were still back in the county. So we paid to rezone all of our properties. This cost us considerable money. Now with Project Recode, the zoning we paid for is not the zoning we're now being given. The city says, no, we don't want you to have single family residence. We want you to redevelop your property into duplexes and add accessory units because we know what's best for your property. I thought Montana had property rights for the property owner. Appears to me this Project Recode is removing property owners' property rights without any discussion from the tax-paying property owner. That's my comment. Thank you.
Thanks, Tom. I do not have any more calls.
Okay, thank you very much. Do we have anybody else on the screen that I'm not recognizing? Wave your hand if you do. Any other public comment? Greg McCall, you open your screen. Is that because you wanted to comment further?
I think I've commented for the last couple of weeks, so I'll sit back and not say much, but I would like to thank Dave Goodrich for his some of his words, and particularly reemphasizing how we as the public have participated in this process since the beginning. At one point in time, Wyeth and Nicole shared the community hours that have been put forward in this project, and it's hard to listen to the beginning of this meeting when we're shredding on that as though it's coming from staff and from Wyeth and Nicole. This is coming from a lot of people's work. Obviously, as we get towards implementation, we're going to hear from people who have concerns, but they've had 3 years to participate in this. They could have come to any of the meetings just like the rest of us did and chose not to. And I think there is a lot of really, really good things that are going to happen with this project, and it will be something that we can continue to work on. This is not going to be a slam the door and it's all done and that's that. There's going to be work to be done. And I appreciate it's almost like a warranty program that Nicole has put forward. As we see it, when we build a brand new house, we know that the first year particularly is when the house will need the most tweaking, as it kind of settles into what it's going to be. And we do a 2-month walkthrough and we do an 11-month walkthrough with our buyers. I appreciate the fact that planning is already figured on. They're going to need to come back to council multiple times to make some adjustments during the first year. And I look forward to being able to help with that. So thank you so much.
Okay, thank you very much. Any other comment, Tony, before I close our public hearing? Or I apologize, we are not going to close this public hearing. Consistent with our motion before, this hearing will not be closed, but will continue to our next meeting. And that is our intent to hold this hearing open. Tony, any other public comment?
I have not received any calls.
Okay, thank you very much. Then we will move on from our time for public comment tonight on this item. I didn't hear a lot of specifics that require processing with staff or council, with the possible exception of Randy Hafer's comment that I'd like Nicole to pick up on. And Nicole, you don't have to have a definitive answer here, but he questioned the wisdom of the pick 2 arrangement that does not have any minimums for the second item. Is that something you staff plan to reconsider or not?
Well, we certainly can reconsider it. I would, maybe there is a floor. Maybe there is a 5% of a minimum, of a net area. If you're going to pick 2, the idea was that we wanted it to be flexible enough that, a developer isn't going to go all in on one particular zone and will choose at least a little bit of some other type of zone that could allow a different type of housing choice or option available on their property. I'm not sure if there is a floor or not. I'll take direction from council on that. There's a difference between having ultimate flexibility and, allowing you to pick 2 and you could do it 50-50 or 60-40 or 70-30 or 95-5. We would hope that there would be just better planning that comes out of a P&D process than we have right now.
Okay. I personally would hate to see a system that could be gamed by a tiny little fraction. Maybe there's some practical limitations that would prevent that, but I don't think anybody would want to see something that was so small as to be essentially meaningless and not promoting that kind of variety. Anything else before we move off to item number 3? Councilmember Neese and Councilmember Joy.
Thank you, Mayor. Nicole, in regard to what Tom talked about, has he contacted you about his property being changed at all? If not,
No, he has not, but I did look at the draft map. And that row of houses that's across the street from it's all R96 right now. And we're having the N3 on the south side of Wicks Lane, and then switching to the N2 on the north side of Wicks Lane there. It may be that we should think about, that matching that proposed zoning with their existing R96 to be an N3. I'd have to look how far to the west we want to go, but that's certainly something that we could add to our list of zoning map updates.
Yeah, so I guess I would just encourage Tom or anyone out there who wants to look at that map and doesn't agree with it, contact the planning department or you and have them reviewed that. So thank you for taking a look at that.
Sure.
Thank you. Councilmember Purington?
Thank you. Nicole, so I'm just wondering, with the final draft that we have, of course, is not final. I understand that. But with the comments that it's a work in progress and there will be changes that need to be made, whether they're errors or they just need to be changed. And I think that gets back to some of that administrative relief from what I understand that is. So I guess I'm not sure when to me, I'm not seeing a final document because there will be amendments that will keep coming forward with council. So are we still not looking at a mix mash of zones? How are you going to keep some consistency there? And I think that's a big concern for me and some other people that I've spoken with.
Well, I think Exhibit A, which was attached to your staff report this evening, is the final clean document, except for the issues that we have been discussing, and you're giving us feedback of where you want to adjust the code. There will be coming forward to you a final list of map adjustments and corrections. That'll be part of, one of your future public first reading sessions. We could certainly do as Councilmember Neese asked us earlier, which is to provide a red line of that Exhibit A. So when council has given us direction to adjust, like tonight, to go to the 3 seconds instead of 6 for the dwell time of sign messages, we can absolutely go in there and put that red line in there. The Exhibit A is what we're working from, and that's attached to your staff report tonight. That's what I believe I've sent to you, and you have forwarded on to other people. So that's the document that we're working from. So if there's any question about what the document says, that's it. That's what it says.
Thank you, Councilmember Joy. Councilmember Joy.
Thank you. I would just like to kind of add to what the mayor said about PND and what we want that to look like. It isn't just the growth policy that informs what has happened. It's also our housing needs assessment. And there are clearly assessments that have been done about housing that needs to be built in the city in order for people to have housing. So it isn't just a matter of if we had as much housing as we needed. I don't think there'd be a two-year waiting list for certain types of housing. I don't think that would happen. Why? If everything is built that needs to be built, why do we have people waiting 2 years to get housing? That's not possible. So what also informs, I think, what has happened in these committees and what I'm hearing is our housing needs assessment. So I would also like to kind of give some support, lend some support to what the mayor had to say about those housing choices. They are needed. Thank you.
Thank you. Anything else before we move on to item 3? Nicole, on the red line, I would encourage you to be working on that as you go. Obviously, if there are significant policy decisions that you want council to weigh in on, then don't make those changes until you feel comfortable that you've received that direction. But as one member of the council, and people are free to disagree, but there's 427 pages there with a lot of improvements here and there. And so I would like to empower staff to go ahead and make those tuning improvements and corrections of errors without having to consult with us on every one, or we'll be driven crazy here. With a red line, we can always go back and look and question, why did you make that? Why did you make this? But that's my view, that this is still staff's document. Until we approve something, it's still your document. So have at it. Obviously, if you want our input, we'll give it to you.
Okay.
That's my view. I see a couple thumbs up there. Yeah. I see a lot of thumbs up on that question. Okay, I'm ready to move on to item number 3. Is there anything else that has to be covered by council before we go to item 3? I don't see it. So thank you again, staff, and all your efforts. Nicole, it's all yours. Nicole, you're muted.
I'll see you on the 23rd.
We'll see you on the 23rd, and that's our next business meeting. Is this item on our work session, though, for a week from today?
I don't believe that it is. On next week, we were going to be tackling the CIP, but we're going to be talking about, I think, an initiative tonight. But next week was going to be about the introduction of the capital improvement plan, the ERP, and the TRP. So.
Okay, I have a feeling we may still get some written materials on Project Recode between now and then. And
yes, you will.
Okay,
absolutely,
absolutely. And if I could,
homework.
Absolutely, and Recode. If I'll just remind the public, if they're watching, if the council does choose first reading on the 23rd to take action, that's a month past the long work session we had on it, and it'll be 2 weeks after that at the earliest that you could do second reading. And second reading, you can always also make tweaks to it. So we've got a good 6 or 8 weeks here that we're working through this if you don't move it into January. So thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. That brings us then to item number 3. Tony, would you read the very short item number 3?
Item number 3, City Administrator's Annual Performance Evaluation.
Okay, thank you very much. This is kind of an update for the public in our public session on our annual performance evaluation for Chris Kukulski, our City Administrator. It's 10 o'clock, a little after, so we'll try to make this short. We did go into an executive session and we had a frank discussion about Chris's performance, about possible pay increase, about the evaluation process itself. And so it was agreed that I would give a very short summary, kind of off the cuff. This is not intended to be complete by any means. But after I do that, I'll open it up to the council for further discussion to the extent you would like to, and in particular for a motion relating to Chris's compensation. Presumably we'll have a vote on that, and that will complete item number 3. My overview is that the council did have a very frank discussion, first privately, and then we brought Chris into the discussion. And overall, the council was very pleased with the hard work and professionalism and quality of work that Chris has given to the city, his devotion to the city. Some of the highlights, and this is again by no means complete, were his hard work, his efforts to keep the council informed, which is no easy task when you've got 11 different individuals. He does meet individually with many people on a regular basis or on an irregular basis, kind of everybody by phone, and several hundred emails a day. Typically, he has to keep up with. Another major strong point was Chris's hard work in getting our public safety mill levy passed in the middle of a pandemic. Even though, like many of us, he was interested in a larger ask that could have addressed more of our crime problem, more of our need for firefighters, a fire station. He recognized the reality of the coronavirus pandemic and got on board in making lots of informational presentations to the public after hours, on weekends, to task forces, marshaling staff to put together an awful lot of information from our finance director, from chief of police, fire chief, and all that was very well received by the public. Continues to be very knowledgeable about Montana law. Going into our next session, his relationships will be very valuable. So lots and lots of positives. That didn't mean that we didn't have some frank discussions about challenges or things that we think could be improved, and relationship with council members or the public. We'll continue to work on those. We'll continue to also work on the evaluation process. We had a discussion about having an informal subgroup that would look at the evaluation form, how that would be filled out, how we would communicate with other city employees about Chris's performance. So those are some of the things we'll be working on this year as well. We also then addressed the issue of compensation. And although other city employees by contract enjoy a regular cost of living raise, there is concern that because of COVID-19, the city may be experiencing a significant drop-off in property tax revenue. We do not know that. We did not see that in May. But with the November collections, we'll have more information about that. But it does make us very concerned. And so there is a need for being very fiscally conservative. And so we did not feel that this was the time for a significant pay increase. We do believe that Chris's compensation is competitive when measured against other cities in Montana and other peer cities. But we did recognize that wages have gone up in the United States, even with municipal workers, and cost of living has gone up. And so we were interested in making at least a small pay increase. I don't want to call it a token increase. It's not large. I won't speak to a specific number. I'll let that be addressed by council members in a motion. That would be my quick summary. With that, I'll turn it over to council for any other discussion, and remind the council at some point we will need a specific motion relating to Chris's pay. Councilmember Yakowicz.
Your Honor, I would like to make a motion to compensate a 2% increase for Mr. Kukulski.
Thank you very much. I see a number of fingers have gone up, 2 fingers. That's either for 2% or because they want to make a motion. The closest, I just saw Councilmember Joy over Councilmember Yakowicz's head, so we'll give her the second. Thank you very much. Discussion on that motion, but also discussion more generally if you would like. I'm not seeing Councilmember Yakowicz.
Your Honor, just I can't speak for everyone. I'll just speak for myself that certainly we had COVID, so many challenges, and yet it's commendable that Mr. Kukulski navigated from the library to people in staff who got COVID and really had to just had his hands full, and I commend him for adjusting to all of that. I especially appreciated almost or all the council highlighted his community outreach and his fiscal understanding, which I find very important as a community leader. And I know he hasn't really asked. That's what I also commend him for, any compensation. But we, myself and council, we want to compensate him with something. So I appreciate his leadership. And I know we came to one conclusion: the council is not perfect, and Mr. Kukulski is not perfect, but we have a perfect city. Thank you.
Despite our imperfections, that's right. Thank you very much. Anything else? And it does remind me, there was a lot of compliments on our achievement in getting a build grant. That's also a great achievement last year. Councilmember Tricky.
Yeah, I wanted to echo your comments and Councilmember Yakowicz's comments. I have been very impressed with your professionalism and your ability to stay focused on the important things. I do have one complaint that I'd like to make publicly. We have not made our council photograph yet. So quick, take a shot right now. Thank you.
We do need to talk about how on earth we're going to do that. I made a promise to somebody that I would track down whoever our usual, to Councilmember Boyette, whoever our usual photographer is, and find out if there is a way to do this. It will definitely not fit with the rest of them, but I'm not sure how else to do it. So, Councilmember Ron.
1, 2, 3.
Okay. Mission accomplished. Councilmember Ronning.
Thank you. And I echo what the others have said. And, I think it's important that everyone remembers that there are close to 1,000 employees that Chris oversees all throughout the city. And the city runs 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And many of these employees through COVID had to change the way they did business. And Chris maneuvered and managed to keep our city functioning with our, garbage pickup and everything all through this pandemic, as well as serving on, going to the meetings in regard to the Unified Incident Command and getting that report back to City Council and keeping us informed. And all through this, we were running that public safety mill levy and applying for that, that national build grant and so many other things. So I truly commend you, Chris, and think you have done a great job. I will share and want you to know that I will encourage you strongly, and I'm going to encourage our city strongly to become much more engaged in the diversity of our city. I encourage you to get much more involved with Native American Development Corporation and other types of organizations that represent diverse populations within our community, and work to really build those relationships. And so that's my encouragement, and truly thank you. And thank you for the work that you're doing, and thank you for being in Billings.
Thank you very much. Appreciate all those comments. We'll move to a vote unless there is any further discussion. The motion again was for a 2% annual pay increase. Is there any further discussion on the motion? If not, all in favor of the motion, please raise your hand. Voting in favor, Councilmembers Boyette, Cole, Joy Ronning, Shaw, Tricky, Yakowic, Parrington, and Neese, and Brown. If voting in opposition, please raise your hand. Voting in opposition, Councilmember Ewald. Thank you very much. Motion passes. That concludes then item number 3, and we'll now move on to public comment on non-agenda items.
Sure.
I'm sorry, who is that? Oh, Councilmember Chris Kukulski.
Can I just offer a brief thank you? Thank you to you, to the 11 of you, also to my staff. Truly, there isn't anything I can do in leading this organization without the department directors, without Kevin Ifland, Assistant City Administrator, without the additional 920 employees who every day serve our community. So it's an honor for me to get to lead that group. It's an honor for me to get to work with them. And truly, we wouldn't have been able to accomplish the things we accomplished over the past 12 months without them. So thank you. And I'd like to thank them, and thanks.
And thank you. Appreciate it. Our next item is public comment on non-agenda items. So if somebody would like to comment on something that wasn't on our agenda tonight, please call that number 237-6196. So earlier there was a call. I don't know if the listener is still interested in body cams.
You have reached the public comment period for tonight's city council meeting. You will have 3 minutes in which to give your comment. May I have your name and address, please?
Tom Zerbulun, 1747 Wicks Lane.
Go ahead, Tom.
A meeting or two ago, there was a large discussion about private streets and private utilities and subdivisions. A private street is just that, a private street. It was said that code enforcement needs to be properly funded so that they could be proactive and go and investigate. Well, code enforcement can't get on private property without the landowner's permission. If code enforcement were to show up on private property, the landowner has the legal right to call the police and sheriff's department and have them physically removed. When the code enforcement is not allowed on private property, how are they supposed to investigate code violations? Public utilities and public streets must be public streets so our system works. When utilities are private, a fire hydrant is private. If the landowner of that private fire hydrant wants to shut it off, it's his business. In an upscale gated community, the residents are affluent people and know people to talk to get things changed. In a low-scaled subdivision, the tenants do not have those connections, don't know where to go. Public utilities and public roads must be just that, public, or our system just doesn't work. Think about it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll continue with public comment, although I do want to give city staff an opportunity to call or comment on that at the end if you would like to. My recollection is a lot of the SIAs, they may be privately owned in fee, the land, but there are public easements to make sure that people can continue to use them. But I could be not remembering that correctly. Tony, do we have anybody else who has called 237-6196? 237-6196.
I have not received any more calls.
Okay, I don't hear any more comments then. And so I'll close public comment on non-agenda items. But if Chris or somebody else from staff wanted to comment on Tom's point there, or also on body cams, I know that city is in the process of purchasing body cams. Since that issue came up, Kevin Iflin popped up as well. Please feel free to do so. Chris?
I can cover the street one in brief, and then Kevin, if he could help on the body cam discussion. Mayor, you nailed it. I don't need to add more to it. Although, so generally speaking, even those private streets have got some kind of public easement. Now, that being said, I'm in full agreement. Almost never have I been a fan of private streets, period, if they're for public use. And we are dealing with a situation now in our community where, you know, a landowner is threatening to somehow block their street, which would have significant negative effects to subdivisions in their area. So generally speaking, they should be public streets. That's what your rules want them to be. And I encourage you to only under the most unique circumstances deviate from that. So, but as a city of 110,000, there are, I suspect if Debbie jumped on here, she could describe a number of exceptions that have been made over the years. I suspect we regret most of them. Maybe not every one of them, but I bet most of them as a staff. So thank you. Kevin, you want to help on the other item?
We did receive a phone call.
Okay. Okay. Why don't we hear that before we go to Kevin? Go ahead and put on the caller.
You have reached the public comment period for tonight's city council meeting. You will have 3 minutes in which to give your comment. May I have your name and address, please?
Hi, my name is Tashina Durant, and I'm from Box Elder, Montana.
And what is your address?
First off, 104 Birch Street.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead.
First off, I'd like to say that I am in support of police officers. My oldest brother is a police officer. But my comment is, with the high number of police shootings and seemingly there's never no body cams on, what's the protocol on police wearing body cams? I researched it a little bit, and there was funding in August of 2020 for body cameras. And a body camera can only help an officer do their job if they're doing it correctly. What is being done to further protect others and officers from body cams being turned off, or just not having them during police responses?
Thank you very much. Tony, are there any other callers before we go to Kevin?
Did you have anything else you'd like to say? We don't typically answer questions during the public comment, but you can certainly continue speaking if you have more you'd like to say.
Oh, no, I do, but I guess can I address any of these questions in email?
Absolutely. You can always email mayor and council.
Okay, I don't have the rest of them written down, but I did, so I think I will email. Thank you so much, though.
Thank you for your call.
Please do it. Tashina, we will answer your question, at least to some extent. Kevin Iflin is our assistant city administrator and also a former officer with the Billings Police Department in a former life. Now he's gone over to the dark side and is a city administrator. So Kevin, what can you tell us about body cams?
Yeah, thanks, Mayor and Council. Kind of three things going on with the body camera implementation. Logistics, number one, of just trying to get everything coordinated as far as equipment and policies and procedures. And then on the funding issue, I think if Councilmember Shiriki moves kind of his initiative forward, part of the chief's request was that funding gap would maybe come from the CARES, some of those CARES funding. That at least was one of the requests to kind of fill that body camera gap. So still actively working on that and to get body cams implemented across the department. And just a little bit of follow-up. There are some officers that do wear body cams, but it is very limited at this point. But there is still the in-car camera system that does record audio on all patrol vehicles at this point.
Okay, thank you very much. Stay tuned. We'll have more discussion as part of our CARES Act discussion, it sounds like. Okay, thank you very much. Our comment period then is closed on non-agenda items. We'll move on to council initiatives. It is my understanding that Councilmember Shiriki has an initiative. Councilmember Shiriki, I believe you emailed your form describing this out several days ago, but can you describe it for us?
Absolutely, Mr. Mayor. Thank you. Fellow council members, the key piece of this is that staff has been looking at possible things that they could be doing in order to better our response to the COVID crisis. And I wanted to make sure that we heard the report as soon as possible. So I would like to see us do that at the next working session, which is next week, so that we'd be able to take action on it if there's any appropriate action that we could take, hopefully before the end of this year. So that's the main thing. The second thing that I was saying in there, I would like to see us, currently the CIP is scheduled for our next working session, which is next week. And personally, I think that we're going to be going round and round on RECODE a bit. So if we focus next week on the COVID things and maybe we can get the report from Big Sky Economic Development next week on the recovery plan and stuff like that. And then push the first CIP work session into possibly the first week in January. So that's what I'm thinking. Happy to hear what other people are thinking before I make a motion to ask staff to make those changes to the future agenda.
Okay, thank you very much. And Councilor Tricky, then just for my simple mind, could you give us a little list of 1, 2, 3 of, at this point, what your motion would be?
So one would be to include reports in the November 16th work session meeting about recommendations from staff about things that we could be more proactive on in responding to the current COVID crisis. And you heard Kevin Eflin talk about one of them just a moment ago. And the second one would be to push back the first work session on the CIP until after we finish the recode in January. I think it just doesn't make sense to me to, like kind of kick back and forth on these two major topics.
Okay, thank you very much. Discussion now on the initiative. So my understanding is Councilmember Tricky has not made a specific motion at this point. He's describing what he's intending, but he'd like to hear general discussion, after which he would make that motion or some perhaps modified motion. With that, Councilmember Yakowicz.
Thank you, Honor Council. I was just wondering if Mr. Tariki could make two different initiatives or two different motions, vote on one and then on the other.
I see one that would deal with the work session response on COVID at the next work session, and then separating out the CIP, the delay of the CIP until January. Okay, so that's a possibility. Suggestion, Councilmember Shaw and Councilmember Brown.
Does the second one, if these initiatives are separate, need to be linked specifically to January, or can it be linked to when we get through Project Recode? Because let's say we move really fast, speed of lightning, who knows? But that's just the wording is what I'm wondering.
Tricky, go ahead.
Just to answer that, the reason I did it that way is we only have 2 work sessions left because we only have 3 sessions total in December.
Okay, Councilmember, I see Councilmember, or I'm sorry, Chris Kukulski's hand up. Chris?
So one consideration may be this. I mean, I would think most of Project Recode from here to final adoption will take place not at work sessions, but at council meetings, because you're going to be taking formal action or not action on it. We do have one more work session beyond December the 16th, and I'd like it if you'd consider, depending upon what happens over the next few weeks, that December 7th may be still a viable work session to present to you the capital improvement plan, maybe to be adopted in January, but it is all ready to go. The capital improvement plan, the equipment replacement plan, and the technology replacement plan are all ready to present to you. And so I might encourage you to leave the door open if December 7th still works as a work session to at least keep us moving there. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Brown and Councilmember
Rewalt. 2 questions, I think. One is, do we have any notification issues for work sessions?
Yes, but those notification requirements can be met. They're not the 15 days like a zoning code kind of stuff. It's the generally 48 hours. So.
Okay, and then my second question, with the CARES Act, are we talking monies beyond what the city administrator has already authorized to approve? Is that why we need to do this? Or are we just doing this to figure out how we're going to spend CARES money?
ultimately, I think that's totally up to what your guys' direction is. What I've asked the chiefs, and we had a second or third meeting maybe earlier today on it, is how would they advise me and we advise you to utilize, so two things, utilize some of that CARES Act money that's not been appropriated, that you would need to appropriate. And secondly, is there anything they would recommend we do to curb what has become, we are dealing with significant increases, in a series of issues, particularly around crime. Now, whether so that discussion, one is very much money oriented. The other, what, if anything, could be done investing in. I'll not tip my hand to that, but let the chiefs explain to you where they think maybe we could make differences and where we can't in the short term relative to that. But that's what I take Councilmember Chiriky asking us to have that dialogue with you guys.
And Chris, just to clarify, I know we've had this discussion now for some time since we started learning about this CARES Act money. It does sound like you have had those discussions with our two chiefs, and are they prepared to come forward with at least a discussion proposal or document, even if it's not fully baked, as soon as a week from now?
Yeah, we are ready. If you recognize it's a work session dialogue, absolutely. They know what the buckets of areas are. And I don't think you'll be too shocked at the kinds of things that they will suggest we consider investing in. The much tougher, the easier part is, frankly, capital investments that make us more efficient and effective at responding to the pandemic, crime, and otherwise. When you get to figuring out how to curb crime, deal with addiction, those are people oriented. It's not a capital purchase. It will take people resources. It will take partnerships, not a capital purchase to reduce, prevent crime that we're dealing with these days. So yes, they're ready to have that dialogue, as long as you recognize we won't have a full report for you out the door, Wednesday at noon. We'll get you some written material, and we're going to need to have a dialogue next Monday night about it with the chiefs.
Okay, thank you very much. Councilmember Nish, you had your hand up, and Councilmember Shaw, Ewald. And I apologize, did I recognize Councilmember Ewald? But after Councilmember Brown, I think I did. And Councilmember Nish, so I'm going to go back to Councilmember Ewald. I think I skipped him.
Thank you. Just a couple comments. Are you relating all the crime to COVID?
No.
That's the way.
I would say no. What I would say, maybe whether it has anything or everything to do with COVID, you will hear the chief, both Deputy Chief House and Chief St. John. Just pure numbers. We are dealing with a significant uptick in several crime categories.
Okay, so take away the CARES money. How would we be dealing with it then? We wouldn't, because they don't have any money to deal with it.
I think that's part of the dialogue. I asked the chiefs, what can we stop doing? We've had more homicides, I think, over the past X months than this community's experienced ever. And so that requires a very high level of detective and law enforcement work to respond to. There are not any easy answers to this. There are not any easy answers to this, I would say. But
okay, and my second deal, Mayor.
Sure.
The staff has spent a lot of time getting the CIP and the ERP and all that stuff ready, and it's ready to go. And we did it last year, and we got it done. I think it was done before the 1st of January, if I'm not mistaken. It's not a real in-depth deal, but it's something that the staff has worked a long time on to get done. And as soon as 1st of January rolls around, they're going to start working on budgets. And that takes a lot of time to get that ready to go for us. Plus this year, on top of the budgets, we got 3 unions that we have to negotiate wages or increases in wages on. So we got a pretty full slate starting after the 1st of January. I think we need to keep that CIP on the schedule and the ERP and get at least part of them done so staff can get on to their other work that they need to get done.
Thank you very much. There's some other hands up. Council members Neese and Shaw.
Thank you, Mayor. And Chris, maybe you can answer this, or Kevin, I don't know, but my understanding was and I don't know what the fire need. I'm sure there's some supplies and equipment they need, but I know that the police do. I've heard of some issues where they're short of equipment and things like that because of the COVID. They can't really share some of that equipment. It makes it difficult. But my understanding from Andy was we had to spend the money in this year in order to get reimbursed for that money. Is this what we're talking about? Is expending and getting more care money, kind of what Councilmember Brown asked? Is this new money that we're going to get from the state under the CARES fund because it's been extended till the end of the year? Or is this spending the existing money that we've already gotten?
Councilmember Neese, generally the answer is no to your question. Our staff has been applying for additional CARES Act reimbursement all throughout, and they will through the end of the year on anything they believe fits the state and federal regulations relative to CARES Act eligibility. And so your action is not needed for us to continue where we have a legitimate cost, we make a reimbursement ask. This discussion, I think, is in part of how to spend some of the resources that we have been allocated as reimbursement for salaries, wages, and benefits for, police, fire, 911 services. So those have freed up dollars in our general fund that you ultimately have the authority to appropriate how you choose to in the future. Those are the dollars that I think in part will be not the total conversation, but some of this conversation, depending upon where you guys want to take it, ultimately.
And Mayor, if a quick follow-up on that, please.
Sure.
As I understand, there was a lot of different ideas and different things this money could be utilized for and spent on. Is there a reason why we have to hear from just the police chiefs on this now? Is there a rush to get this done now? I mean, I thought maybe there's an end of the year time frame that this had to fall within COVID-19 or CARES Act spending. If that's not the case, then I guess I'm not apt to put this any forward first before we hear all the different options as far as what this CARES Act money could be spent on.
So again, I don't see any of our conversation being you guys making decisions that cause us to make another ask for reimbursement from the state. We're already doing all that. This is about spending money we have. The urgency is based on your perspective, we have a timetable. Andy'd have to help me on some of the details, but we have a timetable through the end of this year for reimbursements, but that's not what we're talking about here. Andy and all of our staff, they're doing all that paperwork and have been. That's how we've gotten the money we've gotten so far. So we'll continue to do that through the end of the year. Now, what the next administration chooses to do, that's all yet to be determined statewide. So.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Okay. I'll recognize Councilmember Shaw, but at some point I'm going to come back to you, Chris, and ask you whether we can have our cake and eat it too. Specifically move forward with both of these to some degree, getting information on the CARES Act deal while still moving forward with the CIP and equipment plan. That may be too unduly optimistic, but it's it is a way to maybe have our cake and eat it too. But Councilmember Shaw, I recognize you.
Thanks. Yeah, so I do support, I think this is an important conversation for us to have right now. And at least my read, and Councilmember Tricky can correct me if this is wrong, is really it's what imminent needs do we have in the next couple months, not necessarily the giant conversation about how to spend. I could be wrong about that, but that at least is my thought. I don't feel like the chiefs are going to come to us and say, let's spend $20 million tomorrow, right? They're going to, but I think we do have some real, at least from my perspective, some real problems happening right now in terms of just the spikes in our community health wise, a lot of stuff related to that I would like to personally see a report from both chiefs about that and what they think could be done. The one piece that I would maybe add, and I don't want to, again, because as Councilman Ricky said, of course, there's tons of people who should be in this conversation, but just because we all know the drivers in our community are so much, mental health, homelessness, substance abuse. Now that the continuum of care is kind of organized and has their kind of consultant, should Jennifer Owens or somebody from that group be part of this conversation in terms of what they would recommend? Because they feel like it would have a very different perspective than the chiefs, and that represents a very broad group that's dealing with really all the social services across the city.
Thank you very much. Other discussion? At some point, we'll need to come back, Councilmember Tricky, for a more specific motion on this. But Chris Kukulski, to what extent is it possible to do both of these on some sort of a parallel track?
Well, we did, I think, do a pretty good job as a staff to protect next Monday for the capital improvement plan, ERP, TRP. So let's face it, you're in 7 hours and 10 minutes tonight. That's crazy long to be productive. But we're trying to plan these around 3.5 to 4 hours. We can do, you could limit yourself, let's have a 1.5 hour discussion on this subject, and we could have an hour conversation about the capital improvement plan to get it out there on the table to everybody. Or maybe you want to talk for 3 hours about Councilmember Chiriki's, proposal. That's the part. I think the only other item on the agenda for next week, other than the CIP, is we punted on Steve Arbuscow to present the partnership update a week or 2 weeks ago, and I moved him to next week. So if we gave that conversation 15, 20 minutes, I think you can do some of both, and it's not just 20 minutes of both. It's an hour and a half of each, and that's a meaty start to both conversations as a consideration.
Okay, so that may be another alternative. How do you want to proceed, Council? This is really, Councilmember Tricky, it's your initiative. I want to come back to you.
Councilmember Brown had his hand up. I'm sorry,
Councilmember Brown?
I guess my take on this is, public safety is such an important thing, period. And if we can hear from the chiefs as soon as we possibly can and prevent any kind of crime, prevent anything from happening along those lines. But I think we need to tie it to, COVID type things. I don't know the body cams are going to prevent crime in any way or anything like that. I get why we need it. That would be my thought is, what do we need to address right now? And what can we look at later for actually how we want to spend remaining CARES Act money? But I would be absolutely in support of, what are the things we can do right now to keep crime from climbing and address COVID issues. I'm all for that. And I'm fine, even if we have to go a little longer on the next workstation, on the work session. We don't have to make any decisions. And I agree with Chris that we could keep that conversation to an hour, hour and a half. What's the meat and potatoes here, guys? What do we need?
Thank you very much. Councilmember Joy?
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Yeah, I feel a sense of urgency in terms of the impact that COVID is having on our community, I really do feel a sense of urgency. I really think I've received constituent calls, constituent conversations, and emails to us saying, this is having an impact. Of course, I'm working in the school district, so I see it every day. I see it all day long. I think there is an urgency to us trying to come to understanding, and I would really be supportive of hearing some reports from the chiefs. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Councilmember Tricky, if I can just editorialize a little bit here. What I'm hearing is quite a bit of support, whatever that means, for your first item about getting this report from the chiefs and dialogue going at our next work session. But I'm hearing less certainty on the second part, which is delaying the CIP discussion until January. So with that, but again, it's your initiative. How would you like to proceed?
Excuse me. Yep, that's the way I'm reading it too. And frankly, it was more of a concern that we wouldn't have time to appropriately cover the CIP, given that we only have 2 work sessions. So I'm willing to let staff make a judgment call in terms of how they time out the CIP on that. I would like to make a motion that we instruct staff to include a discussion at our next work session about how we as a council can respond to the current crisis in our city. And I do want to make it really clear that I don't care what the cause of the crime is right now. I really don't care. It's not the cause that we're going to be able to solve in the short term. I just feel like that the chiefs need more resources, and there may be some other things that we can do. And I feel like it should be a regular topic that we are taking up as a council, that what can we do to help our city get through this crisis safer and better.
Okay, thank you very much. Second, Councilmember Ronning. So the motion is relatively simple. Staff to come back next work session with a report addressing crime problems, options, recognizing it'll be the beginning of a discussion, something coming from staff, probably have something to do with the CARES Act dollars. That's the motion. Any further discussion before we put it to a vote? Seeing that, Councilmember Neese.
So just to clarify, this has nothing to do with the COVID. We're talking about just the crime issues that are happening in the city. And that seems to be the concern, but we're going to have the fire chief along and the police chief to address the crime issues. Is that what I understand? I mean, I'm all for I think the staff can come at any time and present issues to us. I don't think they need our permission to say, hey, listen, there's an issue that's coming. And so I'm all for them coming to talk to us about it. But, we're in a state of emergency. I mean, we voted on it and we don't ever get an update about what's going on with the state of emergency. If this is part of that update on the state of emergency, I'm all for it. I think we should get an update periodically on where do we stand on the state of emergency. And if this is part of that, then yeah, I agree. They should be telling us, hey, based upon what's going on, these are the kind of things that's happening now while we're in the state of emergency. So I would support them bringing it to us next week or 2 weeks from now, if they think it's appropriate.
Okay, thank you. The motion was for next week. My understanding is it's focused on crime, but I don't know how you would separate the COVID issue. And of course, because funding involves the CARES Act, which is COVID, they're probably intimately linked to some extent. But not purely based on Councilmember Trickey's comments. Councilmember Yakovich.
Thank you. I'll support the motion. Forgive me for saying this, but I'm involved in a lot of suicide prevention, drug abuse, all that. We have our problem. I don't disagree with that. I tend to want to be more optimistic as well. We got a great city. We got a lot going on, and we got great police, great fire. Where I live in my community, we feel safe. We face the challenges like everyone else, but I just don't want to end this that everything's falling apart, and the world's coming to an end. But I appreciate this motion. I'll support it, and I'm all for it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any further discussion before we move to the vote? Not? All in favor of the motion, please raise your hand. Voting in favor, Councilmembers Boyette, Cole, Joy Ronning, Shaw, Tricky, Waltz, Parrington, Yakowicz, Neeson, Brown. I think that was 11 out of 11. So motion passes unanimously. Thank you very much. Any other council initiatives? If not, thank you very much. As Chris pointed out before, and for any members of the public who might be watching this, your council started our meeting at 3:30 today and has been going strong for 7 hours and 20 minutes. And at no point during that time did anybody fall asleep, did anybody throw anything through their computer, or even swear at any other council member, at least that I could hear. So thank you very much, and much appreciated. Take the rest of the day off. We're adjourned.